Day 48 at Woodbine Racetrack. Track announcer Robert Geller here on what looks to be a magnificent day for live racing action. And we do have inner turf races here today on races 2, 5 and 8 on an 8-race program as we head towards a huge weekend which will feature 3 stakes races. Coming up on Saturday we do have the Seagram Cup, the Ontario Colleen, and Sunday the Pink Lloyd, so lots in store. There's no E.P. Taylor races slated for today, but we will be on the E.P. Taylor turf coming up on the weekend. Let's take a look at the changes here today, and we do have magnificent weather. A great day to do the CN Tower Edge Walk, I would say, as we take a look here at what will be our first race of the day. 1 mile and 16, there are no changes. Race 1 and the first race on the main track. The second race, however, is on the inner turf, and in this race, again, there are no changes. Firm, lane 2, as was yesterday, the rail at 12 feet, and the guaranteed pick 5 is $50,000 into the pool. Over to race 3, there are no changes. Race 3 is also clear. On to race 4, number 2, Commander at Sea is out as a vet scratch, and 4, Scat Factor 112. Race 5 on the inner turf, and number 3, Chairman Bob, comes out as a vet scratch. Race 6 on the program is clear. There are no changes. Race 7, no changes. And over to the 8th and final race. Do note on the inner turf here, number 8, Wetiko is a vet scratch. 12, Derocher will get in as a starter from the list of the also eligibles and take out 13, Highland Rocky. And 14, Chicago Typhoon, their steward scratches. We're currently looking at 24 degrees Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit, a light breeze from the north at 6 kilometers or 4 miles per hour as we head right now into Woodbine Racing Live.
Canada's great little horse, Northern Dancer. There he goes, Secretariat on the outside.
Motivated, I'm focused. This is the moment. Gotta one-up my opponent.
Games absolutely punishing them.
Gotta get it the mindset. Gotta put it in motion. Game time that I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Can't a fight, it's gotta be us.
But the mighty filly has devastated them.
Motivated, I'm focused.
Prince becomes the king. Paramount Prince wins the 164 Kings Plate.
This is the moment.
It is your favorite horse racing pregame show. It is Woodbine Racing Live for a Friday, TGIF. And I'm with one of my favorite people, that being Elise Sablo. My name is Jeff Bratt. 8-pack coming your way here from Woodbine on just a glorious day for racing. I love Fridays for a couple of different reasons. First of all, we get kind of the appetizer towards the weekend of action. And this weekend specifically, like some big names going in the starting gate. I mean, that Ontario Colleen is a fantastic race, and then you got Paramount Prince. And then we get the return of Patches coming up on Sunday.
There's so many good things to look forward to this weekend. And today, for me, one of the exciting things is that the Olympics kicks off today.
True.
And I
Any drones? Any drones?
They're watching us. You know, anytime the Olympics are on, I know people are talking about it like there's not so much hype around it this year for whatever reason, but you gotta watch it. It's just amazing. I never ever miss it, even if it's an aquatic sport that I never watch, like say
like water polo. With Flava Flav.
Jeff just told me this today. I didn't believe him, but you're right. Flavor Flav, of all people, has sponsored the American
women's water polo team.
Yeah, pretty cool. But of course, we want to watch the equestrians there too. We've got dressage to watch, show jumping to watch. We have eventing, 3-day eventing to watch, and there's tons. There's actually a thoroughbred competing in the 3-day eventing, so that's really cool for us too.
Well, I know Jessica Phoenix. She's got some former thoroughbreds that she has.
She does, but I don't think she's on the team this
year.
Oh,
does she not make it?
I don't think she's on the team this year, but yeah, of course, the show jumping team is what everybody watches because you have the Millers, and you know, Ian Miller is the chef to keep, I believe, so he'll be looking after everybody there.
Jimmy Day, former trainer here, former Olympian as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty awesome. Oh, Liz Chalambas's dad, he won a gold medal too. Jimmy Elder, right? So you know, it's awesome. Yeah, I love the Olympics.
So I saw poor producer Mike Sanford upstairs today, and he had his calculator out, his pencils, his pocket protector. It was coming together with all these stats for July. He worked so hard. I said, Mike, you got to take the weekend off.
Yeah.
Like
Go to the cottage, Mike,
you're just putting
relax.
together too many stats in here. But he's found out who has been the top rider so far in the month of July, and it is one Sahin Savachi. Look how cool Sahin looks in that picture. He's just got that whip back and saying, yeah, I am the man, and he is on top.
Yes.
And I think Kazushi won his first at Del Mar yesterday.
Did he good?
I
Because
think so, yes.
yesterday, around 5 o'clock or so, I think I went into the room, Jock's room, and said, geez, Kazushi hasn't won one yet, but good for him. How about Pietro? He won a couple of races on yesterday's program. Looking forward to today's 7th race on the card, where I think we could have a Moran exactor. Pietro rides a good one for Doyle, and then, of course, Dad's going to ride one for Paul Buttigieg.
Okay, don't change it. Don't change it. Who's the top trainer, do you think, for the month of July?
Oh, gosh.
This is easy.
Bill Theranos?
No, it's going to be Cassie.
Cassie, but Theranos is going to be there
Well-
because he had another good month, did he not? Are you kidding? Bill Theranos is not up there? Wow. I thought he had. Look at that picture of Josie. That's a gorgeous picture of Josie.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to that. I know you are as well, because she's sitting on career win 1,000.
That's right.
Nothing on today's program, but she's got some serious players. It's going to happen this
You
week.
know who else is close to 1,000? I think around 14 away is DePaulo.
Really?
Yeah, he's
Oh,
going
that'll
to be
be
really
fun.
close too.
So they better start making a whole
Print
bunch of
those
signs.
Print the signs. Yeah. Josie might happen this weekend, as a
It
matter
should.
of fact.
Yeah, it should.
I'm in such a good mood today. You know why?
Why?
Because you're here. You brightened up the
I know,
show.
that's me.
You
Mrs.
got-
Sunshine.
You got.
It's the lemons because of my picks yesterday. They were all kind of lemons except for one.
That's okay. It happens. You're going to bounce back here today in a big way. Let's start things off with the opener, shall we? And this first race of the day. Well, look at your selections. You like the number one, apparly.
What's going on there?
The computer's having
it's having a moment.
we got a reboot. It has us having 14 races today. No.
No.
First race of the day will be at a mile and 16th to start things off. 7,500 claimers. There's a lot of speed in this race. You've got Chancel, that's probably going to show a little bit of speed. Vin Chenzino is probably going to show some speed. Who else we got? Baytown Elvis. And Confusing might show speed too. And the one interesting thing too about this race, and this is probably not the way that Phil Gracie drew it up. Like, how many horses do you think Phil's got? Maybe 5 or 6?
Right now? Oh, a handful. Yeah. 5
and he's
or
got
6,
2 of them in the same race,
Yeah, I know.
unfortunately.
Yeah,
That's just the way it
yeah.
goes, right?
But should we be cheering for Cantucci, the Cookie Monster?
Absolutely.
And Ralph Biamont to get the win for his wife, Mary Ellen? That would be awesome. I think this is kind of today's day for Chancel. The very first day I came back to work here at Woodbine in this season, I said, Chancel's going to be my best bet of the day, because he had all these really nice workouts leading up to the race, and then he just didn't really fire. And we weren't even crazy about the way he looked in the saddling area.
Took him a while to come around.
Yeah, we thought he looked kind of dull,
Yeah.
But now he's looking good. Now, this is one of those races where you get the non-winners of 3 or horses who haven't won a race in a year. This horse is non-winners of the race in a year, right? Because he is a 3-time winner. But I think he's hooked a group that he can beat here today. I would worry maybe about the 7, Cantucci, because he's coming in off of a victory. Now, this horse is eligible for the non-winners of 3, but at least he's shown us something lately, and you do have Sahin Savachi aboard. He had a couple of winners on the program yesterday, and you saw him as the top rider for the month of July.
And I've landed on betting to win. The problem with him is he's not very consistent. His start last time out, I think it was just too tough, and we lost by about 2 lengths there. But the race from 2 starts I realize it's Basketball Jones. I realize that, but still won on that occasion. And if he shows up with one of his better races, he could be right there in the mix of things.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of hoping that the pace comes back a little bit there in race number 1. And thank you very much again to Mary Biamont, because she gave us some goodies the other day.
Oh, she did. They were fantastic.
This button on this suit might go because
well,
they
let's
were
hope
so
Cantucci
yummy.
wins again, so we can get more
Gave us some
goodies.
Good Cantucci, yes, very good. Race number 2. I have such a bad sweet tooth. Oh, terrible,
See, I'm pretty
terrible.
good at it. I can have just one.
Race 2 will be at a mile. I get to the point where I'm like, I'll have one more, and then I don't feel so good afterwards.
Right, exactly. That's what your mother used to tell you all the time. You're going to hurt your tummy.
I know. Optional claimer, start allowance race here in the second of the day. Is this particular horse going to be the lowest favorite of the day in terms of odds, and that horse being Kitten's Romance, do you think?
You know what? This horse is going to take a lot of money.
Yeah.
And it's one of those references we talked about yesterday, and I mentioned it yesterday, saying we're going to use this race a lot, where Caitlin Her Greatness was the winner, just saying that that's going to be one of these races where a lot of horses that finish 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and in this case 6th, will likely come back and get the win. We saw She Makes a Point, a win on the program yesterday, and this horse is dropping in for $15,000. Obviously, the barn's off to a pretty pretty good start this season with 5 wins from 28 attempts. And you got to like this horse because you look at him, she was claimed for only $10,000. So if they were to lose her here for 15, that's fine because she's made some money for them, these connections. So I like her here. I think you could look at Frankie's Girl for our friend Donnie McRae. This is a 6-time winner in this group with Rafael Hernandez aboard. And Rafi did ride this horse to a win at 7/8 of a mile.
God, no momentum right now.
I know, but you know what? Like Donnie's barn, we saw them in the big winner circle the other day. Sometimes that's all you need, like a big move like that, and then all of a sudden your barn's electric. Lady in Red could be a player in this race. This is a 4-time winner, like I said, versus some other horses that have won on multiple occasions. What did you do here? You went to
7/8.
7/8.
I went 7/8. Now I forgot to give the great little stat that producer Mike came up with too. And if you read the email, you will get it right. If not, you're going to guess. If I read
the email, did I?
So 26 different jockeys have won so far in the month of July.
Okay.
How many different trainers have won?
Oh, I actually saw that. It was 52. 55. Wasn't it some crazy number?
Yeah, 55.
I read the email.
That's cool, eh? 55 different trainers have won races here at Woodbine.
Yeah, and then if you think about it too, last week we had so many small barns winning, and that kind of helps out with those types of stats.
Yeah. Race number 3 will wrap up the first pick 3 of the day. We're going 5.5 here, 7,500 claimers in this spot. Purse is going to be $27,400 in here. A field of 9 overall. Droppers that squeeze the Sherman, who was a late scratch last time out. Boston Bay is going to drop. Fascination Street, Panyard Tap, Uncle's the Banker, Unstable Store. This should just be called the Dropper Special.
Exactly.
In race number 3.
Yeah, maidens for 7,500, and the next stop is down to 5,000. But if you want to do that, you're going to have to go down the road. I think we're all going to lean towards this 5 Unstable Storm. You know, had it been maybe this time last week, we might have said, "Ooh, this barn's a little bit cold right now. I don't know about this move." But then all of a sudden, they really started to fire. They had 2 winners on the program on the Sunday card, I believe. They used their go-to rider in Emma Wilson. Plus, you get a pretty good reference back to that race on June the 9th when the horse was 5th behind Live Lucky.
There's Unstable Storm right there.
Aw, well, it's nice to see.
I don't think
that
Unstable
Robert's
Storm is from
visiting.
Singapore, but...
No.
It's Robert.
Yeah, but Robert's been there, of course.
Of
He's been there, got the T-shirt, literally.
Yes.
But again, if you go back to that second start for Unstable Storm, you got Live Lucky, who came back to win the stake. You got Ready to Collect, who came back to win as well. So it's a good reference for this horse. I think it's a 5-1 for me. Bill Theranos' horse, and he's using Juan Crawford. He doesn't use Juan very much, but I think maybe they're looking at potentially what happens down the line if this horse doesn't win here today too.
So that second place finish last time, looking to build on that, and maybe Boston Bay can maybe round out the trifecta there in race number 3. Let's stretch things back out in race number 4. 7,500 claimers again, but these horses all have 1 victory under their belts. We're going to go a mile and a 16th in here. And in this upcoming 4th race, we do have the scratcher number 2, that being Commander at Sea. That one will not play. First time gelding for number 6, that being Trinity Park. So let's start off our discussion here with Seattle Down Under. Do you look at it and say, competition too tough, just draw a line through it? Or do you say, you know what? After the horse took 12 starts to break the old maiden, maybe that's the end of the road.
But then here's the thing, you finally got your maiden out of the way, and then you decide to jump up and try $25,000 claimers. Maybe they wanted the grass to try that. But Sammy Stone, if you remember, was a Catherine Day Phillips horse that was on the drop that day. And also the second place finisher, Fableman, was a Barb Mitchell horse that was on the drop too. So hooked a couple of droppers that were just tough, and Sammy Stone was actually claimed out of that race, I believe moved into the Mike Dunslow barn. So Seattle Down Under is in a much more realistic spot. If you just forget all about that last race on the grass for a quarter, then he's in the right spot here today to get another win. The 4 Scat Factor interests me too. This horse coming out of a race where he was 4th, but in behind a runaway winner in Too Much Talk, and we've liked Too Much Talk because Too Much Talk came right back to run again for $15,000, the same price.
Buyer.
Exactly, and won again for fun. That was a Bill Theranos horse. So I like this one, Scat Factor. We see Cheyenne Kerr getting the call. She doesn't get too many rides here at Woodbine, but she's got one for the Hall of Famer. So this could be a player in this race too.
And what do we do at Trinity Park, do you think?
What do you do with Trinity Park? This is a first-time gelding, a horse that Dunslow trains. Now, it looks to me like Dunslow had the horse last year and even took the horse to the Prince of Wales, which is odd, to take him there because he wasn't even getting looked at in that race. But they took him there, so they must have thought he'd be okay But remember, the race came up extremely sloppy. The surface was probably not to his liking at all. But we see him here for 7. They had claimed him back for $25,000 last year as well. But they've gelded him. And we know that can be a pretty big angle, right?
Yes, it can. And Seattle Down under 2 starts. Go just one quick note before we wrap it up. This horse won and beat a horse by the name of Sugar It's Eli, who won by the length of a stretch.
That's right.
Out of that race. So that's obviously a great frame of reference. Let's get to the 5th. This will be at a mile. We have a lot of 2-turn races today, which I like. Optional 15,000 claimer, 7,000 starter in here. And Green Fleet is coming off not a bad race last time out. Unfortunately, though, the winner's right back in, that being Media Sensation. Jamista, what do you make of this experiment with Jamista? You know, they claim the horse is racing well. Now all of a sudden, let's go 2 turns and try turf.
Yeah.
It just kind of seems a little odd to me.
But then, like yesterday, Willie unleashed a runner, right, on the program,
yeah,
right?
that's true.
So,
Off the also eligible.
you know what I think we're going to see a lot of on today's program? It's funny, I was in the jocks room earlier on chatting it up with Dino Luciani, a former jockey here, of course, that everybody knows. And we were saying, I think today's going to be a really busy day for claims. There's a lot of horses on today's program that look very enticing to caller, and this race is no exception because you have Alley Oop Johnny, who's coming in off of a win with an 81 buyer. They're running him for 15. You got Media Sensation coming in off back-to-back wins. They're running him for $15,000. And you have Classy Whisper, who I think is in the right spot today. This could be the play of the day for me because I think you're going to see the Emson Drexler runners get all kinds of support in this race, and you may overlook Classy Whisper. So I'm going to show you the replay from this horse last start out. Now here we go. You get Vivez aboard. The winner was See My Meister on this afternoon, and that's a Drexler runner. So this was against wide open $25,000 claimers on the inner turf course. So we're on the turf course that I think this horse is going to be fine on. If you go back, you'll see that Vivez did ride this horse to a couple of nice wins. One on the inner turf course at a mile, one on the E.P. Taylor turf course at 7/8 of a mile. I'm really glad this race is on the grass here today. Moving up along the rail with, I think, a pretty great effort. Of course, the winner comes from off of it, just slightly off of it, but it's another one of these blanket finishes, Jeff. We've seen at least 3 of these on the season where there's like 5 horses coming to the wire at the same time, and I just feel like, you know, we've seen the Drexler horses get bet, we see the Emson horses get bet, but I don't think that this horse is going to take a bulk of support. I'm not saying that he's going to be more than 5-1, but you could get him at 7-2.
Do you ever find that sometimes you handicap races, like we do ours so far in advance, and you handicap races, and you come back and we're about to do the show, and like you and I were talking about our selections for today, and I think I kind of dropped the ball by not having this horse on.
I find that, you know, that this is what happens. You do your picks, I do my picks. We don't normally talk about them. Yeah. And then when we come on the show, it's like, I give you what I'm thinking, you give me what you're thinking, and then sometimes I buy exactly what you're selling, and in this case, you're buying what I'm selling.
Yeah, I think I dropped the ball by not having that horse on.
I can, but like I said, but that's probably a really perfect example because did you use the Emson and Drexler horses on top?
Yeah, it went 7-5. Yeah.
See, so I think a lot of people are going to do that today, and then Classy Whisper could just sneak
fly
in.
out of the cracks a little bit. Yep, that's possible. Race number 6, we'll start off the late pick 3. We're going to back up the starting gate and get back over the Tapeta all-weather surface here to go 6 furlongs, and this is a maiden optional 25,000 claimer in here. So in this race, we've got 8 of them to choose from in this particular tilt. Now, I looked at your homework a little bit in here, and I know who your vulnerable favorite is today, and I am picking the horse, but I don't love the horse.
That's the thing. Right? You know? I'm going to try and beat the horse.
And I don't play it, like you've got the horse second, so it's not like you totally hate the horse.
No. I'm just saying I think he's going to be a vulnerable favorite in this
Hanlon,
race. Hanlon. Now, Kevin had a nice winner on the program last night. The blinkers go on this one. He's taken some money, Jeff. I mean, he was a Pac-Man in that last race. He ate everybody's money and he spit it out. Unfortunately, he didn't fire for 40. And he's had a little bit of time in between that race on May the 24th, which is interesting that they haven't found a race for him. So maybe he didn't come back out of the race 100%, and they wanted to go back to the drawing board a bit with him. He does get Hernandez aboard, which gives me a bit of a vote of confidence. But I'm going to take a flyer on this 6 horse, if you insist, for Bob Tiller. First start of the season for this one, you know, I like, there's a couple of workouts here that kind of interest me on this horse. It's a rider change that I'm excited to watch. I just think we might get a price on this
Bit
one.
of a fresh face too, right?
That's right.
Hasn't
Yeah,
raced yet this year,
new horse
so...
for the season. Bob's got 2 in this race. He's got people in here as well.
Yep.
And Vivez had been riding that one, and now it's Pietro Moran. So maybe Vivez had her choice, and she opted to go to the 6.
So there's the stat with Tino since July the 1st, and he's got a very interesting horse near Forest Woodsman. Say hypothetically he didn't handle the turf all that well. His races for 40 last year make him very competitive against what he's going to face here today.
They do, and you had the Licorices on with you when
Such
they won the
lovely
stake
people.
race. Great
Yeah.
people, been around this game for a long, long time. So I think maybe a few of us might go that direction. I just have this feeling that the 4 is a bit of a vulnerable favorite.
Race 6 at 6. Let's get to the 7th now, going 6, 15,000 claimers. These are non-winners of 3. All right, which way do we go here in the 7th of the day? Now, this is one of your favorite barns to play, and this is the Ball Buttigieg barn. And one of your angles to play is maybe not first time out, but second and third time out. That's kind of when they wake up.
I got caught on that one last night because I played that Buttigieg horse first start of the season, and then I'm driving home thinking to myself, you dingaling, you should play him second start of the season. Yeah. But I think we have a really good opportunity if you watch the social media that I put up today.
Which you should.
Yeah, because
there's a star in there.
There's a star in there.
Yes.
And it's not me. It's a 4-legged star. But I think that we could have a Moran Exactor because you got Dave riding Where is Essa for Paul, and then you have Pietro riding Crumlin Beast for Mike Doyle. Now, both of these are regular rides for Dave.
Right.
So he says to the kid, hey, I got to pick one, so I'll take this one, you take that one. I mean, it could be a really awesome exactor here. I don't see why these two can't run 1-2.
Oh, I'd love it for them to have a stretch battle all the way from
Me
the top
too.
of the stretch to the wire.
Me
and they're
too.
separated by like that much, and
Yeah.
Davey hangs it on them.
Exactly, exactly. Because we've seen that before on some of the features that they've done about the Morans. And I mean, it might be a father-son loving relationship off the track, but once that gate opens up, it's all competition, right? Yeah. So I think Dave would love to hang it on him here today.
Just hang it on him and just go back and say, "You're not by me yet, kid." Not Where is Essa? Took a long time to get that second win, but Adelaide Court came out of that race for you the other day and won for 25,000.
That's right, and that's a good one for those of us who cashed on that ticket.
Okay, race 8, Elisa. I must admit, I picked Watiko. I was looking for a price, and then when I found out the horse was scratched, I had to change things, and This is
You're
very.
All right. You'll get. It's okay.
I don't have any confidence in this race at all.
It's maidens for 10, buddy.
I know.
You gotta. I have to reach back to those 6 years I spent at Fort Erie Racetrack. Maidens for 5 in the last race every day.
As I said yesterday, one golden nugget that you can
get
onto.
And I got one.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Okay,
help me out.
Here we go. Hear me out on this one now. I like this 3-horse, and that's Ashuka going out for Barrington Sadu. Now, this is a barn we don't see in the winner's circle very often, but you want to talk about a horse who's had some difficult trips in the last 4 starts. Checked in the first start of this season, pinch start in the second start of this season, third start, not so much, went wrong on that day. And then the 4th start, well, here's the replay that I'm going to show you this one, because this horse back on July the 5th looks like he was going to make a winning move, and then shall we show everybody what happened?
Yeah, this is like you at Costco on a Saturday afternoon.
See, I don't go on a Saturday afternoon.
I was told that you were told by a
fan, yes.
A fan that said Jeff made a colossal error.
I got stopped by a fan the other day. He said, there's something I wanted to tell you, and I can't remember what it was. And then he said, I remember. Tell Jeff not to go to Costco on Sundays.
Yeah, I know that now.
Okay, so here he is. He's going up the rail. I think he's running very well here at this stage. He kind of carries his head low. He puts his nose out there. But it's Fraser Abley who's aboard. And, I mean, this is not Fraser's fault. This is just the way things went up front. Right here, ba-boom. Now we have to pull him right back up again and start again, and it's just too late. It is way too late. He actually ends up passing the horse there right at the wire, but still, to me, that is so frustrating. If that's my horse, I'm just ready to pull my hair out. So you've got to wait your time. Obviously we don't need to wheel him right back in again. They've waited some time. They've brought him back here 21 days later. in a race like this, he is a horse that I would play. And again, I do think a lot of people will fall for the Vinny Vici horse because he's on the drop, but he didn't really show me anything to get excited about in that first Lifetime start. So I think you should play the 3 because, like I said, he's a horse with a troubled trip.
The problem with Ashoka is look at some of these lines. Very rank. Jump path down backstretch, check mildly, pinch starts, steady. Like this horse finds trouble all the time.
Yeah, but if anything, you know, at least it's adventurous.
It is adventurous. Plays of the day. Let's take a look at those because we have a special guest that's going to be joining us here momentarily.
Yes.
And here you go. Here are your singles, vulnerable favorites, price play, and the old wild card.
Yeah, and we pretty much went
now
through
it's just
them all.
wild though.
Yeah. Oh, it's just wild. Okay. So we know the Kitten's Romance, we know the Hanlon, we know the Classy Whisper. I talked about that, but then my wild pick.
I like it.
Is it's like a feral selection. Is in race number 6, and that's If You Insist, which is the Bob Tiller horse with Vivez.
All right. So my single's the same, Kitten's Romance, and then my vulnerable favorite is Ashoka. No, I do have the horse second.
See, we have but it's interesting. Both our vulnerable favorites are each other's selections.
My price play is going to be Forest Woodsman, and I think that horse might like getting back over the synthetic. Frankie's Girl is my wild horse.
Your wild horse is Frankie's Girl.
Just because the horse's form is not great, I just don't know what to do with that one. That's Donnie McRae horse.
Yes.
Coming in.
Okay, I like it. I like it a lot.
Kitten's Romance is Doug's play of the day. He had a big day yesterday, Mr. Doug. He went 50% on the card. 4 for 8 did Mr. Doug. He was the star of the card.
Good for him.
The star of the card is going to show up after the clock reports, and that is one Roberto Geller. But we're going to turn things over to our clocker here for today, and that would be one Ernest Perry, and this is Squeeze the Charmin. Cleverly named for Kyle Charmin. And we worked under some urging for that workout last time out. So there are several big droppers in the field, hoping to get a bit of a price. And you should get that with Squeeze the Charmin.
15 to 1 morning line.
There we go. That is the Clocker Report horse. Time for a break. When we do come back, yes, the voice of Canadian thoroughbred racing, Roberto Geller, will be with us here today at Woodbine to give us his sneak peek and his selections for some stake races tomorrow. You know it is a big deal when the guy comes all the way down from the 6th floor. The track announcer here at Woodbine, Robert Geller, with us here in attendance. Now, Robert, did you know that Robert's got a personal assistant?
He does. I know he has a designer.
I'm not talking about a stylist.
Oh, he has somebody different than a stylist?
Yes, who sends in the pictures to our producer. And there was a bit of a clerical error that we need to correct.
Okay.
Take it away.
Bonjour. Plaisir de bien. Look, it was just frustrating because I had this lovely shot of unstable storm who was having a sleep. And I thought, well, that was the calm before the storm. But I did get a chance to see Karen's horse, which was Sir Tibbs, and that was the horse that I was
So we saw Sir Tibbs.
gotcha.
Oh, okay.
And
so
I
we
got first dibs on Sir Tibbs.
Oh,
Okay.
very good,
All
very
right.
good.
All right. So we put that.
We're okay now.
We're okay now. I feel like
I can go.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. First of all, you did a great job last weekend. I mean, almost so many big races last weekend. Your call on the Oaks was fantastic. Just a magical day for Sophia. But it's all what you've done for me lately. So let's look ahead. The Ontario Colleen. What a field this is, Mr. Roberts.
Oh, I love it.
This might be one of the more difficult stake races we've had so far this season.
It's an incredible field. Horses that are shipping in, very solid. Horses that have been in spectacular form are trying the turf, some of them for the first time, such as Sabatini, who is the morning line favorite. I am going to certainly see that this race has value. I definitely saw the great run by Simply in Front, even though it was beaten last start.
Yep.
In the States, Uphill Dance caught my eye, Crevel de Oro caught my eye, Ecstasy's been interesting, but here's the horse I like, and this is number 12, Miss Roberts, because I really feel that if Ready for Shirl is 4-1,
Yep.
and Miss Roberts is 20, there's value there. I love the fact that she loves turf. We know that. That's not a problem for her. What a monstrous second to Ready for Show after such a poor start. And I do think if she can break, we'll see a very competitive horse. That is a question mark.
The other thing about her that's so unusual too is her running style,
Yes.
right? She kind of runs with her head out
She sort of
sideways.
skips along and she looks around.
Yeah. She's easy to spot. You always know it's Miss Roberts, don't
And
you?
she almost feels like she's having an effortless run. And last start, despite being so far back, she came into the race looking like a winner. And
Look
I
at the
know she got
start.
beaten.
Yeah.
The start was a disaster.
Remember this? We were all upstairs actually to watch this race.
This was like me getting out of bed this morning.
Well, actually, that's how I felt. Exactly. And I mean, I didn't expect to have to make a run at it. But, you know, there you go. That's
look
exactly
ahead,
what we're
As I
saying.
said, yeah.
Yeah. Now, I felt that it was a great ride because this horse was not expected to suddenly try and catch them, so was given the time to find stride and then coming to the outside. I mean,
This is the thing too about her that I find so unusual. Her head is tilted, like that. You know, she's looking to the outside. Nobody they'd ever wear blinkers or anything. That's just her style. And
Dan Smartley used to do that
I've
all the time.
encountered a few in my life like that. You know, that even when you say you cool them out after the race, they still have their head kind of cocked to the side.
And so the rider was not fighting Miss Roberts. And I know Ready for Shirl did finish in front of King's Concerto. So if Ready for Shirl is that competitive and certainly will be suited again on the turf, there's no doubt Miss Roberts is value. And I'm going to say Cavey is really the value rider right now. If you look at the ROI, he has the highest of riders on the ground. I think he's riding exceptionally well. I think he's got a live mount, but there's so many angles in this race. And there is an actual concern about breaking from the gate. But why not take a shot in a big race like that?
If Sabatini does win, she's making a very strong case for Champion 3-year-old at the end of the year. I mean, it's still a long way to go, I realize that, but it's now your third stakes win, second different surface.
Seems
That's
like
right.
this is a pretty nice horse too, right? I mean,
And
everybody's-
Sabatini on grass, like come on,
Yeah,
it's tennis player,
exactly.
Gabrielle Sabatini, that's what the horse is named
yeah,
after. You know?
He'll never
He's a
forget
smarty,
her.
huh?
Speaking of Olympics,
That's right.
I have to say that Miss Roberts finished a long way behind Sabatini in that stakes race on the Tapeta, but I just think it's a totally different ballgame. I like a horse that's supplemented, and I like a bullet work. So that's interesting to see. But Sabatini, the ride by Sophia, and the ride on King's Concerto was superb rides by her on those two stakes races.
Seagram Cup, well, Paramount Prince isn't scaring anybody, I'll tell you that much. You got a shipper for Joe Sharp that looks very interesting, Money Supply. One of Elisa's favorite bands is Air Supply. We've got Stanley House.
I did see them a long time ago. They played a Gulfstream. It was a free concert. Yes,
That's
back in
an
the
Aussie
day.
band,
Yes,
And then we have
yes.
Palazzi and Paramount Prince, but all of a sudden this beautiful, striking horse for Krista Cole has emerged by the name of Wicked
He could
Django.
be anything.
Yeah.
This could be anything.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it would be a long shot play because, I mean, I'm a big fan of Paramount Prince. I was sold on Paramount Prince to win that last start.
Yep.
But there is a question mark about the turf, although you can't really judge on the basis of the Breeders' Stakes. But I did feel that calling that race, there was only one horse that was closing off a very slow pace, and it was definitely Wicked Django. And I think that because this horse has won on turf, because this is the most lightly raced
This is a main
horse in
track
the
race,
field.
though.
What's that?
This is a main track race.
Doesn't matter.
Ah.
It doesn't matter. This horse is versatile.
So you're thinking down the line might eventually get on.
I think that, well, Wicked Django to me
He's been on it.
Yeah.
proved that Tapeta run was as equivalent to what the horse can do on
Okay.
turf.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why I put that in is because I feel that surprised me. At the
Gotcha.
same time, I do think that the race will have more pace. Paramount Prince,
He's going.
obviously.
He's
right?
going, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're going to price. Here's a look at Wicked Django's last start, and this is one of the most underrated barns at Woodbine. This Krista Cole barn, she has had a tremendous year. I mean, she had that nice 2-year-old that they sold to Drexler that ran great the other day.
Supergirl.
Finished second.
Yeah.
As she developed that horse, and look at this run right now, Robert, that you were speaking of.
Well, I mean, there's going to be a jump up needed, but
Yep.
I felt this was a sweeping run, and coming inside the 3/8 made a lot of ground. But I definitely think Stanley House is an honest horse.
Yep.
Paramount Prince, he's developed. He's become monstrous in his stature. So to me, Wicked Django, I hope, can develop into a really good horse. But this race will depend on the setup, on the race pace.
Do you think the race sets up with Paramount Prince going to the front end for the other Cassie runner, Palazzi?
Palazzi's really a nice run.
Yeah.
Palazzi needs that setup, and what a really great run 2 starts ago when the pace was really keen. But all to say, I'm trying to find the profile that might show a little bit of dimension, and maybe down the line we're going to see this particular sort of scenario change with this group, because they are kind of similar, and we need to see if there's a horse that could just kind of break through the ceiling.
Can I ask you one last question as a bonus question?
Does he have a choice?
So, no, you don't. The Pink White Stakes taking place on Saturday.
Oh, we know.
Patches Houlihan obviously has missed some time. Do you think he's maybe vulnerable coming into the race coming up on Sunday?
Well, I think he might do well fresh. I do. I think Robert Till is so keen into this horse. He is a fighter. I think he's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah.
That is an angle that could be a vulnerability, but I think on his side, it could be a strength, because I think a horse like him needs a bit of a long break, and coming in fresh, I think he's the horse to beat.
Yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
want to talk to
respect
Bob
him
if
a
we
lot.
can, and kind of get some inside scoop on that too,
Hopefully,
because there's
yeah.
only 3 works too leading up
Oh.
to this race.
Oh, well, that's scary.
Yeah.
Well, he worked in April, and he was working right along, and then he missed some time, and now
Yeah.
he's kind of getting back.
Yeah.
to the swing
3
thing,
recent
so.
works, I'd say.
And we want to see him win the Pink Lloyd. It would just be
I-
so
Oh,
fitting.
Yeah.
The story writes itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
absolutely. Robert, a pleasure. Thank you for joining us.
Croissants are waiting upstairs.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right,
coming up.
Yes.
You're going to be watching the Olympics, I'm
Yes.
sure. What's your favorite event to watch?
I love the athletics. I want to see Andre de Grasse. He's
Yeah,
never missed
yeah.
on an Olympic medal. Amazing athlete. We got to see him as our draw master, so I think Woodbine has a special affinity for his success. But I want to see the doubles with Nadal. I don't know if he's playing with Alcaraz because he's injured. They're my 2 that I'll be keyed into.
Yeah.
And the Aussies will absolutely crush in women's swimming. They're the best in the world.
They are good swimmers.
They got rid of my favorite
yeah.
sport, the walking. That was
Speed
my
walking?
speed walking.
Speed
Oh, I
walking.
love that. I
We're
love
going to
that.
take a break. When
I'm
we come
walking.
back, we'll get you all set for race number 1. Bye, Robert. He's walking. Race 1 preview coming up next.
Us? Well, away you go.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Welcome back to the show. It is Jeff. It is Elisa. You're watching Woodbine Racing Live. How much do you think that we have to bribe somebody in our company to allow us to do a weekend of shows in the Stella Artois Terrace?
Oh, I think we could do that. I don't even think we have to ask. Let's just go.
I don't know if it's set up for her to show up there.
Well, I did some shows up there last year. Remember when I came in to help out on the big days? They put me up there.
Yeah, no, and you never came back those days.
That's true. Yeah, I can't remember what distracted me. It wasn't the seafood tower, but I'd love to try that.
Great spot to watch the race, especially on a day like today. Glorious
And you
conditions
know, when we
for
had the
racing.
band out there too, sometimes it's really nice, or the piano.
Do you ever grab the
piano
mic
band.
and just start singing?
Jeff, I'm hanging out here with you. I don't have time to go up there and sing karaoke.
You know what horse that's taken a lot of money in this first race and continues to is a horse that I don't have anywhere, and this is this Vincenzino in here for Conditioner Norm McKnight. This, like, what am I missing in here? The horse has lost by a combined 33 lengths in back-to-back races.
I have a funny feeling maybe we're going back to what happened yesterday when Air Combat won.
Yeah, last to first.
And, you know, right before they went out onto the track, you and I said,
This
"Come
horse
on."
hates the synthetic.
Exactly. And then he ends up romping, you know. I mean, maybe that's what the move is, but if you look at his form recently, he goes to the front and he spits it, right? He's a fader. So, you know, maybe people are banking on Pietro because he's had the live day yesterday with a couple of wins on the program. But you know, I'll watch him. I think he's going to be involved in the early portion of the race, but we'll find out if he can keep going down the stretch.
I think he's one of a couple of horses that might show speed. Like, I think your horse, Chancel's going to be very much for
Yes,
good place.
yes.
Look how good he looks now.
He does look good because, like you said, you know, the first start of the season, May the 12th, I made him my best bet because he was coming into the race with a couple of decent workouts. And then nothing happened. And we thought he looked dull. His coat looked really dull. And now he's starting to just kind of, you know, blossom at this stage. He's a big, huge horse too, isn't he? But he comes in off back-to-back second place efforts. Now, here's my issue with him. Can he stick around to the wire? Because that's been his problem in the past. He's there, he's up front, and then all of a sudden somebody goes past him. But Juan knows him really well. Today, I think he's found a really good group of horses that he can try to dominate.
It's a nice little 1-2 punch that we've got going on here with Phil Grace. He's got a speed horse, you would think, and Baytown Elvis, and Lucy's Child, who's a bit more of a stalking type, I would say.
It's so hard to play horses, though, when you see them dropped all the way down to $5,000 at the end of the season last year, and they weren't factors in those races. However, if you know Woodbine at the end of the season, you know that a whole bunch of horses drop all the way down into $5,000 to try and get some winter money. I'll let him go here today. He is at 7-1 currently.
Back-to-back horses with breastplates. Don't see that all that often
Yeah,
either.
but I feel like we see it a lot in these races.
Number 4 is Bet and Win. He is not the most reliable of horses, but with one of his better races, he can get there in the mix of
It's
things.
funny, you know, kind of like Chancel. He didn't catch our eye in that first that start where he won on June the 14th. Like, he just, you know, was, again, the kind of horse who didn't look really shiny, but he's blossomed. Again, another horse who's done that, feeling kind of sharp at this stage too. Now, they did raise him up to try 15 claimers. I think that's just too tough. This is the price tag where he fits.
Baytown Elvis is the 5. He is very much a one-trick pony. You know exactly what the game plan is with this guy.
Yeah, he'll probably go up to the front with a horse like the 1, Vincenzio, and then it's like, you know, maybe the 2 of them are going to back up together. I can't get confident on this horse, especially a horse who was beaten, you know, 67 lengths in the last start. 19-1's the price.
Let's toss in another speed horse, shall we? And that's number 6, Confusing, who after consecutive sprint races is now going to go long.
And now they're going to try the blinkers. Doesn't look like he's had those on before. Maybe if he did, it was way back in the day. But they'll try him and see if they can help him out with that. Now, he did have the 10-pound bug aboard in Cheyenne Kerr last start out. They go to the 5-pounder in Vivez. Vivez did ride this horse to an 8-length victory back in 2023, but that was in a different barn when the horse was handled by Gail Cox.
And Cantucci really woke up in that last start. It was as simple as the drop down in class.
And the other thing too was, you got to think about this. Who did this horse beat in that numbers or 2? I don't think that race came up extremely tough. I kind of remember you and I both using Cantucci in the top spot because we just figured, you know, he's found a nice light group that he can beat. Now he's a horse with some confidence because he's won a race. He gets Sahin Savachi back aboard again today. That's a good thing. Sahin had a couple of winners on the program yesterday. Now keep in mind, this horse is eligible for the non-winners of 3 condition of this race. The race has 2 conditions: non-winners of 3 or non-winners of a race in a year. So, you know, sometimes you start to think to yourself, well, what do you think's better? a horse who's the nominators of 3, or a horse who hasn't won a race in the year. And at least this one has shown us something in its most recent start.
Race 1, 11 minutes away from post time. 8 of them for you to choose, 8 races for you to choose from here today. And don't forget about the betting profile. Second starts off the pick 5. Fourth race starts off the pick 4. We have rolling pick 3s and rolling doubles as well. We'll turn things over to the voice of Woodbine, Mr. Robert Geller. He'll have a look at the field for you in its entirety coming up momentarily.
It is the call to post, the first race. There are no changes. Race 1 heading out to the post parade. In the post parade, number 1, Vincenzino, is owned by Henley Thoroughbreds Limited, trained by Norm McKnight. With the ride is Pietro Morin. 2, Chancel in the barn of Beverly Chubb for Ladona Hudson with 1, Crawford. Number 3, Lucy's Child for WP Gracie Racing Stables Limited, trained by Phil Gracie. The rider is David Morin. 4, Bet and Win in the barn of Kathy Patton is owned by both Tom and Kathy Patton. The rider Jose Campos. Number 5, Baytown Elvis, Phil Gracie training, and is owned by Gerald Gooden. The rider is Jason Hoyt. BNC delivery with number 6, Confusing for Angus Bunton and Sophia Vives. And number 7, Cantucci, is owned by Mary Ellen Beaumont, trainer Ralph Beaumont, and the rider Sahin Savachi. 4 minutes, race 1. On the way back to the starting area, the first race coming up at the mile and 16 is for the 3-year-olds and up. In the betting, the favoured runner at the moment, number 1, Vincenzino, but a number of chances to run as favourite. 2, Chancel, also 3-1, and a 7-2 Bet and Win. 9-2, Cantucci, little between a number of them as they are arriving at the start. First to move up is Vincenzino, has the inside gate for Pietro Morin as we open our 8-race program on this Friday. And coming to the line as the current 7-2 second leg, the betting continues to shift. Late money coming in for Chancel, who's about to come up. So the inside runner has gone in, Chancel is next. This race will be the first of the program on our Friday, with 3 inner turf races to be decided here today. Chancel is now 5-2, 2-1 for Bet and Win as the betting continues to chop and change. Lucy's Child, Bet and Win stand well. Coming up to gate 5 is Baytown Elvis later. So they are almost, has gone in. So now the last will be Cantucci. Confusing is right. Stand by for a start. Sahin Savachi, Cantucci, outside gate. The field is locked up. Starter takes a look across. They're ready. They're off. And as they break, shooting for the lead, Confusing came out very strongly for Sofia Vives with a keen intent on getting to the rail and does flush across. Leads by 3 lengths to Chancel. On the inside is Vincenzino. The pace is on. Cantucci is on the outside of Baytown Elvis, and back to the tail end as they turn out the stretch are Lucy's Child and Bet and Win. After getting that lead, now relaxing in front, Confusing by 2.5. Chancel, Vincenzino third, Cantucci fourth. A break of 3.5 to Baytown Elvis on the inside, Lucy's Child, and around them goes Bet and Win. Up the back stretch all alone is Confusing, out by 3 lengths. Make it 3.5. Chancel in second, 1 to Cantucci, followed by on the inside Vincenzino. Starting to move up is Bet and Win 3 deep, and then Baytown Elvis, and last Lucy's Child. The first quarter officially through a 24 flat, and spurting along in the lead remains Confusing by about 2.5. Chancel traveling very casually in second. A couple away third, Cantucci, followed by Vincenzino, Bet and Win. Second last, Lucy's Child, and Baytown Elvis last. The leader's only a length in front. That's Confusing. Coming up strongly, Chancel. They're out by almost 3 to Cantucci, pushed along, and so too Bet and Win, Vincenzino, and the top two well ahead. In front, Confusing continues to find enough. Leads by a couple of lengths. Chancel posing the big threat. Cantucci grinding away as 2.5 back in third as they corner. And out in front, Confusing by a length and a half. Tapped up, Chancel. And down the outside, Cantucci. Sofia Vives and Confusing by 3 lengths. Chancel desperate to make any inroads. And back in third, Cantucci, but inside the final 16th. And now opening up. And Confusing was just teasing and will drill to the wire to score very impressively. Confusing adds some margin, makes it 6 1/4. Second home on the inside is Chancel. Third is Cantucci, and back in fourth, Bet and Win. 144.78. First quarter in 24, the half 48 and 1, 3/4, 113, the mile 138 and 1. The time for the race 144.78. The winner is number 6, Confusing, over 2, Chancel, 7, Cantucci, and 4, Bet and Win, 6, 2, 7, 4, the unofficial order. Six, 2, 7, 4, Confusing first, Chancel number 2 second, 7, Cantucci third, and fourth was number 4, Bet and Win on the opener. And a very nice win in the first race, gate to wire win for Sofia Vives on Confusing, with the blinkers added today and on the stretch out to the mile in 16. And that is a third success on the board for this 4-year-old chestnut gelding, who is by more than ready, certainly was. And Baffle Me is the dam. Windstar Farm LLC bred the winner in Kentucky. BNC Delivery winning owners, Angus Bunter winning trainer, winning rider Sofia Vives, Confusing. A very impressive winner.
Thank you.
And a terrific payout if you like Confusing. Number 6, $12.80 for the win. If you had the exact, a 6-2, $58.60, and the trifecta paying $134.35. 6-2-7-4, $333.30 in the super, and the swinger 2-6, $620, 6-7, $515, and 2-7, $215. Starter takes a look across, they're ready, they're off. And as they break, shooting for the lead, Confusing came out very strongly for Sofia Vives with a keen intent on getting to the rail, and does flush across. Leads by 3 lengths to Chancel. On the inside is Vincenzino. The pace is on. Cantucci is on the outside of Baytown Elvis, and back to the tail end as they turn out the stretch are Lucy's Child and Bet and Win. After getting that lead, now relaxing in front, Confusing by 2.5. Chancel, Vincenzino third, Cantucci fourth. A break of 3.5 to Baytown Elvis on the inside, Lucy's Child, and around them goes Bet and Win. Up the back stretch all alone is Confusing, out by 3 lengths. Make it 3.5. Chancel in second, 1 to Cantucci, followed by on the inside Vincenzino. Starting to move up is Bet and Win 3 deep, and then Baytown Elvis, and last Lucy's Child. The first quarter officially through a 24 flat, and spurting along in the lead remains Confusing by about 2.5. Chancel traveling very casually in second. A couple away third, Cantucci, followed by Vincenzino, Bet and Win. Second last, Lucy's Child, and Baytown Elvis last. The leaders only a length in front. That's Confusing. Coming up strongly, Chancel. They're out by almost 3 to Cantucci, pushed along, and so too Bet and Win, Vincenzino, and the top two well ahead. In front, Confusing continues to find enough. Leads by a couple of lengths. Chancel posing the big threat. Cantucci grinding away as 2.5 back in third as they corner. And out in front, Confusing by a length and a half. Tapped up, Chancel. And down the outside, Cantucci. Sofia Vives and Confusing by 3 lengths. Chancel desperate to make any inroads. And back in third, Cantucci, but inside the final 16th. And now opening up. And Confusing was just teasing, and will drill to the wire to score very impressively. Confusing adds some margin, makes it 6 1/4. Second home on the inside is Chancel. Third is Cantucci, and back in fourth, Bet and Win. 144.78. A look at the finish order, race 1. On to race 2, and this will be on the inner turf, which is in lane number 2, the rail at 12 feet. And a firm reading, there's no change. Guaranteed pick 5 starts here with 50,000 into the pool, 90 minutes to the second.
New at the LCBO. Delicate and refreshing, Keep Calm is a collection of festive wines that are perfect to share. Keep Calm, sharing good times.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
So going into the first race of the day, we thought there'd be a lot of pace in the race, and then we saw what I thought was a bit of a runoff horse in Confusing. But Confusing wasn't anything but, and just kept on going.
Exactly, and pulled away too to win by 6+ lengths, left at the others in his dust.
Second race, we start off the pick 5, so we get on to the inside turf course for the first time today, a mile. Start our optional claimer in here, and we have 8 of them for you to choose from here. Kitten's Romance, I thought would be 6-5, 7-5, but Frankie's Girl's taking some action in here as well. Let's start off with Omniat, who got into an easier spot last time out and did win on this course.
That's true. So the horse wins last start out versus $7,500 claimers on the inner, and now we have the horse protected here in this 7 starter. Now, I think obviously, like you said, Jeff, a lot of people are going to pay attention to the 7 in this race. 9-5 is the price. We still have 17 minutes to go, so the price could get a lot lower. This is a horse who I think really likes this turf course, so maybe watch out at a price.
Number 2 is Lady in Red, another one that really likes this course as well, was able to wire the field last time.
That's right, you know, and this is a 4-time winner from 16 lifetime starts. Now, there's some horses in this event that have won on multiple occasions. Some of them are 6-time winners, but here's what at least coming in off of a very good effort, and it was up in front. So now we're going to probably show speed in this race again. You get Pietro's second start, so he knows the trip that he got last start that turned him into a winner. I think he'll be looking for a repeat.
Number 3 is Gabby Square. We just had a nice chat with Mike Wright, and he'll send out this one as Vivez looks for both halves of the double.
Always nice to have a chat with Mike Wright. He's the professor here. And, you know, you get Vivez. Now, Vivez did ride this horse first start of the season on May the 30th, and you could say to yourself, well, maybe the horse wasn't 100% ready on that day, needed a start underneath her belt, but the last couple of races, we just haven't seen that pop that we want to see from this horse. But the positive fact is that Vivez goes back, and I think too, in Mike's situation, he's quite happy that this race is going to stay on the lawn, because this horse is a 1-time winner at the distance, but is a 4-time winner on the turf.
English Biscuit's the number 4. She just has not come back as the same horse after missing all that time.
I just can't go towards her here today, Jeff, because like you said, it's been a long time between drinks for her. You know, we do know she likes this turf course, that's for sure. And when she does pop up and win, she pops up at a huge price.
Number 5 is Text Me Up. This one has run on this course in the past. Now, so far this year, you have that one really nice start to start off the campaign.
We saw Willie Armada in the winner's circle yesterday with Mrs. Hot Shot, who returned a pretty good buck. $19 was the return on that one. So Text Me Up makes the 3rd start in the form cycle. You get Leo Salas aboard. Leo does know the horse. He has ridden her in the past. And you look back and you'll see that there were some decent races on the inner turf course last summer.
Antigone is owned by Mary Self and did have success at Presque back in 2022, but the bad news is she hasn't won for a long time.
And now gets a rider change because, as we know, Kimura is down at Del Mar, so it's Campos who gets the call today. 3rd start in the form cycle, like I've said before, a lot of people like to play that angle, but this is one I'll watch.
Now we get to 2 of the key contenders in this race, and they both have somewhat of a Donnie McRae type of impact in here, because Kitten's Romance at one time was trained by Don McRae, now is trained by Phil Hall.
And this is the right spot for this horse to win. We talked about this reference of Caitlin Her Greatness. We're going to talk about it a lot. So yesterday, the 2nd place finisher from that most recent race on July the 6th was She Makes a Point. She came back to win on yesterday's program. That was a much tougher race, an optional 32 or an A other than. Now we drop all the way down for $15,000. She's a 6-time winner. She loves to hit the board. She's made well over $200,000. She's a nice little ATM machine no matter who gets her. She seems to do very well. You get Kaveh Nichols, and if you're a part of our pregame show and you watched when Robert came in, he said he's one of the more underrated riders that you can get a good price on. So not necessarily the case here where we're going to get an amazing price, but if this horse can stick around 9 to 5, that'd be great.
Frankie's Girl's at number 8. She's good enough on her best day to win this race. It's her current form coming in. That's the question.
Exactly. And, you know, the positive for me is the fact that Rafi's going to stick around because, you know, he knows this horse. He did win on this horse last year a couple of times, and he rides a lot for this barn. So I think there's a trust thing there. You know, he knows that Donnie wouldn't enter the horse in if he wasn't any good. And it's another one taking a drop. Now, the last race for this horse was in against Veery. What's significant about that? Well, Veery's next start was on July the 6th in the Caitlin Her Greatness race, and she was 3rd on that day. So to me, 7-8 seems extremely logical in this spot. The other horses you're going to get big prices on.
Those are your equine participants for race number 2. It's time to start off one of my favorite wagers, the Pick 5. It's guaranteed here today at $50,000. We're going 2 turns on turf.
the call to post race 2, and there are no changes. We start the guaranteed pick 5, 50,000 on the inner turf. Bet365 inner turf today is officially firm. We're in lane 2, the rail at 12 feet, heading to the start in 8 minutes, and the post break coming up shortly. In the post-parade race 2, number 1, Omniat, for Ricardo Sterling and Jefferson Gill, trainer Michael McDonald with rider Jason Hoyt. 2 is Lady in Red, trained by Santino De Paula for York Tech Racing Stable with Pietro Morin. Number 3 is Gabby Squared, who's trained by Michael Wright, owned by Michael Wright Racing Stable Incorporated, and the rider Sofia Vives. Oak Run Racing Incorporated, owners of 4, English Biscuit, George Billers, the trainer, jockey Juan Crawford. Michael Bellissimo with 5, Text Me Up, from the barn of William Armada, jockey Leo Salas. Number 6, Antigone, trained by Jelka Krishma for Mary Self with Jose Campos. 7, Kitten's Romance, in the barn of Philip Hall. Cody Walbeck is the owner, the rider Keve Nichols. And number 8, Frankie's Girl for DMAC Racing Stable Incorporated and La Huerta Incorporated. Trained by Don McRae, jockey Rafael Hernandez. This field headed to the inner turf. It'll start the pick 5, and they're headed out in 5 minutes to the start. We are 2 minutes from a start. Heading across to the Bet365 in a turf. We're currently the favourite at 9-5, Kitten's Romance. This race will start at the mile. And moving to the line is Umniat, who has a last start win. And is out to 5-1 currently, although did open at a bigger price. Also coming off a win, Lady in Red. And they have the inside gates. As they move forward for a start, those two horses who are in the gate, both winners on the inner turf. Joining the line is Gabby Squared. English Biscuit is the ride for Juan Crawford, who came in second in the first race. English Biscuit goes up. Text Me Up to gate number 5. Antigone comes in. And now Kitten's Romance. Last to join is going to be Frankie's Girl, the outside gate here. The barn of Don McRae, stand by for a start. Race 2. In the gate. Locked. And trouble on the inside. Omnia just stood there and comes out about 8 lengths behind the field, and racing in front, Lady in Red, uncontested early from English Biscuit. Frankie's Girl starting to move forward on the outside. In the centre as they settle, Text Me Up coming through between runners with handy Gabby Square just behind the leader. Pack behind Lady in Red, and sitting off is Antigone, who's third last. Kitten's Romance is second last and yet to tack on Omniat. Showing the way is Lady in Red, stacks them up from in second, English Biscuit the outside. And over on the rails, Gabby Squared, the centre Text Me Up, and 3 wide, Frankie's Girl. 1 away, Antigone, a half to Kitten's Romance, and 2.5 last is still Omniat. Lady in Red shows the way through a first quarter in 24 and 3 by a length and a quarter. English Biscuit Text Me Up sharing third with Gabby Squared as they improve on the inside. Frankie's Girl the outer. Antigone is behind them on the inside of Kitten's Romance, coming into it the favourite. And last is Omniat as they race along towards the 3.5. Lady in Red in front. Here goes Kitten's Romance, and Kevin Nichols taking off to go to second and is chopping into the lead quickly. Out in front, Lady in Red by a length to Kitten's Romance, and they continue to accelerate. And they've raced away from the opposition by 3 or 4 lengths. Kitten's Romance drives up alongside Lady in Red, and as they come inside, the final quarter has gone to the front. Back in third, Gabby Square, then English Biscuit on the inside, Text Me Up. Top of the stretching, Kitten's Romance in front. Lady in Red a half behind. Gabby Square peels to the centre. Kitten's Romance races out 2.5. Gabby Square going to second, and Lady in Red the inside. Kitten's Romance is 16th to go, finding plenty, and there's no danger. And Kevin Nichols and Kitten's Romance coming on to score well. Kitten's Romance by about 2 3/4 to Gabby Squared. Lady in Red held third, and fourth Text Me Up. 136.79. Stewards have opened an inquiry into the start of the race involving horse 1, Umniat. Please hold all tickets in relation to number 1, Umniat. The first quarter was 24 and 3. They ran the half mile in 48 and 4. 3/4 1:11 and 4. 7/8 1:24 and 1, and the time 1:36.79. Seven is first, Kitten's Romance, over 3 Gabby Squared, 2 Lady in Red, and 5 Text Me Up, 7:325. We have a rider's claim of foul by the rider of the 3 against the winner, number 7, Kitten's Romance, alleging interference going into the 8th final 8. Please hold all tickets on this race as it is unofficial, as well as an inquiry to the start that involves horse number 1, Umniad. So a claim of foul, second against first, a rider's claim of foul plus what is also an inquiry into the start. The claim of foul was not allowed. There is no change. Kitten's Romance retains the win over Gabby Squared. However, there will be a refund on wages on the one, Omniat. Stewards felt this horse was not given a fair start, and all monies wagered on the one will be refunded. Horse one, Omniat. Nice effort by Kitten's Romance, a very good win. A success here for the 7th time in 40 starts. The bay mare is 7 years of age and is by Kitten's Joy from Yalapa. Ken Ramsey and Sarah Ramsey bred the winner in Kentucky. Cody Walbeck winning owner, Philip Hall winning trainer, and Kevin Nichols takes the win on Kitten's Romance. So just repeating, number one, considered an unfair start, getting a refund on your wages with the one. That change is confirmed by the stewards, and there is a look moments earlier at Kitten's Romance, who retains that race after the claim of foul was disallowed. Success here for the 7th time in 40 starts. The bay mare is 7 years of age and is by Kitten's Joy from Yalapa. Ken Ramsey and Sarah Ramsey bred the winner in Kentucky. Cody Walbeck winning owner, Philip Hall winning trainer, and Kevin Nichols takes the win on Kitten's Romance. It is official on 7325 and a very popular win. Kitten's Romance paid $3.70. That exacta $30.50. The trifecta $59.40 and the super $259.60 for 7325. A consolation payout in the double 6-1 $10.50. The double of 6-7 $26.70. The swinger 3-7 $3.05. 2-3 4.80 and 2-7 $1.95. Lock. And trouble on the inside. Omniat just stood there and comes out about 8 lengths behind the field, and racing in front, Lady in Red, uncontested early from English Biscuit. Frankie's Girls starting to move forward on the outside. In the centre as they settle, Text Me Up coming through between runners with Handy Gabby Square just behind the leader. Pack behind Lady in Red, and sitting off is Antigone, who's third last. Kitten's Romance is second last and yet to tack on Omniat. Showing the way is Lady in Red, stacks them up from in second English Biscuit the outside. And over on the rails, Gabby Squared, the centre Text Me Up, and 3 wide, Frankie's Girl. 1 away, Antigone, a half to Kitten's Romance, and 2.5 last is still Umniat. Lady in Red shows the way through a first quarter in 24 and 3 by a length and a quarter. English Biscuit Text Me Up sharing third with Gabby Squared as they improve on the inside. Frankie's Girl the outer. Antigone is behind them on the inside of Kitten's Romance, coming into it the favourite. And last is Umniat as they race along towards the 3.5. Lady in Red in front. Here goes Kitten's Romance, and Keve Nichols taking off to go to second and is chopping into the lead quickly. Out in front, Lady in Red by a length to Kitten's Romance, and they continue to accelerate. And they've raced away from the opposition by 3 or 4 lengths. Kitten's Romance drives up alongside Lady in Red, and as they come inside the final quarter has gone to the front. Back in third, Gabby Squared, then English Biscuit on the inside, Text Me Up. Top of the stretching, Kitten's Romance in front. Lady in Red a half behind. Gabby Squared peels to the centre. Kitten's Romance races out 2.5. Gabby Squared going to second, and Lady in Red the inside. Kitten's Romance is 16th to go, finding plenty, and there's no danger. And Keve Nichols and Kitten's Romance coming on to score well. Kitten's Romance by about 2 3/4 to Gabby Squared. Lady in Red held third, and fourth Text Me Up. The finish order on screen. Do note, Umniat, again, given an unfair start, refunds on that runner. No changes, race 3, post time in 14 minutes. The claim showing for Kitten's Romance earlier on screen. Just a reminder that went to D. Robotham and Partners 3 for Marty Drexler.
Very easy win for Kitten's Romance back in race number 2 to start off the pick 5, and does so at odds of 4 to 5 after the refund of Omniat. For the third, now we have main 7,500 claimers going 5.5 furlongs. Fascination Street on the inside 3 to 1, and also taking some money is number 5, Unstable Storm. Let's begin though with Fascination Street, shall we? Go second time off the claim. Last time out for the new barn, what do you think of the efforts?
Well, I'm going to call this the drop and pop race because everybody, well, so many horses in here are dropping into this low $7,500 price tag. But Fascination Street is one of them. Was claimed for 10 back on June the 14th, and they waited quite some time before they brought the horse back to the races. They did raise the horse up instead of coming back for 10, but they're quickly dropping down for 75, which makes you think they might have a little bit of a hot potato on their hands. Sometimes in these cases, you know, you claim a horse for 10, it's not really going to work out. At least you know you got this 7,500 that you can go into. If you win, great. If you win and you lose them, good too. 3 to 1 the price.
Number 2 is Panyard Tap, and this one just continues to drop down in class, and the blinkers come off.
And so long in between races. Hasn't raced since May the 31st. But then there was this really quick wheel back in. So the horse had raced April 27th and then came right back to the races on May 31st. And then obviously warranted some time away, but it's taken quite a lot of time away from the races, takes the blinkers off. They've been on since day 1.
They add Lasix for the 3, cheap speed.
So, you know, adding Lasix is a move that a lot of us like to play. Can you say that this horse is actually aptly named? Because he does show a little speed and it is kind of cheap, but then he backs away. Now, they do change the rider today with Flores.
Number 4 is Uncle's the Banker, and Phil Hall looking for back-to-back wins, as is Kevin Nichols.
That's right, and he's dropping another horse too. So seems like in his barn, maybe they're looking to unload a few and then get some new horses into the outfit. And that's what you can do, you know, midway through the season, you start to reload your barn. But this horse dropping from 25 in for 75 today and goes back to Cavey. Now, Cavey did ride this horse in a couple of races, comes into this event off of a working 49-1.
Let's keep the drop and pop theme going with the 5, Unstable Storm.
See, this is the one I like because there's a good reference to this horse back on June the 9th. Ran 5th in behind Live Lucky, who came back to win the stake, and Ready to Collect, who won on the Sunday program. So you get a couple of really good references with this dropper. This is the one that I'd support.
Canadian Daddy comes out of that dead heat race with Hahi and Maneka.
And he uses Deshaun Gaskin, so this appears to be a budding jockey-trainer combination. They have had some success together.
Clocker Horse, the 7, Squeeze the Charmin.
I don't know about this one, Jeff. Even with the Clocker, you know, saying that the work on July the 21st was a good one in 47-1. When I see Handley, I think I'm kind of like you in that way. When you see Handley, you know they had to scrub on this horse and get down and go to work on him a bit, which makes me wonder if he's just a bit of a lazy horse.
2 more to look at. Number 8, Boston Bay.
Boston Bay, another dropper. He has never seen this low of a price tag before, and another one where they're thinking, well, we're going to drop, we're going to put the blinkers on and see if we can get something new to happen, and they'll shake things up by adding a different rider too with Abley.
And we'll wrap it up with number 9, that being Stolzer on Kel, who is very fast. We saw that last time.
Fast but fades. Now we're going to cut back from 7/8 to 5 furlongs, which could be the move, just to cut this horse back in distance. But, you know, showing speed at 7/8 and showing speed at 5/8 can be, you know, 2 totally different things. I think that this horse should be able to try to carry that speed at 5.5 furlongs. Dave Gittins, we haven't seen much of him in the last couple of weeks, but we know that he's working 2 tracks. He's going back and forth between here and Assiniboia Downs, but haven't seen too many entries from him over the last couple of weeks.
And on today's program, he's got a very busy day. As a matter of fact, he's got 5 horses on today's program prior to scratches, so he'll be busy. Squeeze the Charmin, though, is the Clocker Horse here coming up in race number 3. Favorite in the pick 3s, the 5, Unstable Storm, who is a consensus pick, courtesy of the prognosticators.
It is the call to post as they come out for the 3rd race. This will be 5 1/2 furlongs, and there are no changes. They're going the 5 1/2 furlongs at a maiden claiming level. So the 3-year-olds and up headed to the post parade. 8 minutes, race 3. In the post parade, race 3, 1 is Fascination Street for Six Brothers Stable. William Theranos, the rider is Juan Crawford. Number 2, Panyard Tap for Derek Chin, Kevin Attard, and Pietro Morin. Number 3 is Cheap Speed in the ownership of Christopher Huarte, trainer Frank Huarte, the rider is Juan Flores. Woodbine West, owners of 4 Uncles, the banker, trainer Philip Hall, jockey Kevin Nichols. Zealy Racing Stables with number 5 Unstable Storm, trained by Stephen Chirkop, with rider Emma Jane Wilson. Number 6 Canadian Daddy is in the barn of Paul Buttigieg, owned by Buttigieg Training Centre, with Deshaun Gaskin. Squeeze the Shaman, number 7. Amelia Francis is the rider here for Kyle Shaman, who's the owner and trainer. Number 8 is Boston Bay for Kerry Brooks, CMP Brooks and Archie Lee ownership. Fraser Abley, the rider. And number 9, Stolzer Onkel, is in the barn of Devin Gittins for Bruno Schickedans with Sofia Vives as they head to the start in 5 minutes, race 3. 2 minutes. To the starting gate. Let's check the betting. There's been good support late. Money continues to come in for number 1, Fascination Street, who's now tipped in to be favourite for the race, showing 9 to 5 and is about to come up to the gate. Being handed across, so the field is being called in. Fascination Street to the inside. The race favourite currently over number 5, Unstable Storm. And as I speak, that has flipped, and now Unstable Storm is 9 to 5 and 2 to 1. Fascination Street. Next to load is Panyard Tap. Gate number 3 is Cheap Speed. Coming forward to the line is Uncle's the Banker. And Unstable Storm, just waiting behind, is now going to gate 5. Next along is Canadian Daddy, who is the grey. The light grey is Stolzer Onkel. And the field is close to a start. Squeeze the Shaman for Amelia Francis is behind the gate there. We have Boston Bay into gate number 8 ahead, and the outside Stolzer Onkel. Squeeze the Shaman will be the last to load, so Stolzer Onkel and Sofia Vives trotted up to the line. Down to even money now, Unstable Storm, so a flood of money coming in at the last minute. Stand by for a start. Squeeze the Shaman, circling behind the gate. Waiting for Stolzer Onkel. Who has moved forward. And the last along. Squeeze the Shaman moves up. Stand by, they're ready. Locked. Off they race. And back to last, early Fascination Street, but they're all within a length of each other, coming through for the early lead. Up in the center is Unstable Storm to go out in front. Uncle's the Banker got away pretty well in second. On the inside, Fascination Street from Panyard Tap, and out wide a Cheap Speed and Squeeze the Shaman. A length and a half to Canadian Daddy, Boston Bay, and Stolzer Onkel is a long last, is about 8 behind them. And racing in front, Unstable Storm, trying to poke up on the inside, didn't get through there, was Uncle's the Banker. Moving up is Cheap Speed on the outside as Unstable Storm goes further ahead. In behind them came Fascination Street, Panyard Tap, then Squeeze the Shaman Canadian Daddy. Boston Bay running on, and a long last, also Oncle. Turning inside the quarter. Unstable Storm being chased by in second, Uncle's the Banker, and then came Fascination Street. Unstable Storm racing out in front, up the inside, Fascination Street. Uncle's the Banker still there, and down the outside, Boston Bay and Squeeze the Shaman. Unstable Storm in front, but Fascination Street's coming. Fascination Street racing up to hit the front, and down the outside, Boston Bay. Fascination Street the leader, and going on to win for Juan Crawford. Fascination Street, a length and a half, Boston Bay. Third is Uncle's the Banker. A weakening fourth, Unstable Storm, and the time is 1:06.01. Opening quarter was 23 flat, the half a mile, 46 and 3. 5/8, 59 and 2, and the time was 1:06.01. The winner is number 1, Fascination Street over 8, Boston Bay, 4, Uncle's the Banker, and 5, Unstable Storm. Numbers are 1, 8, 4, 5.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay, get the head around.
The winner is Fascination Street, a very nice run. Congrats going out to William Theranos, who's the trainer, and to Six Brothers Stable, and Juan Crawford with the winning ride. This 3-year-old, a dark bear brown gelding by Old Forester from anywhere, is in the winner's list. $8 for the win. Number 1, Fascination Street. Boston Bay paid well. Number 8, $7.70 to place, and for Uncle's the Banker, $6.90 to show. If you did have the exacta, 1-8 pace 46.40, the try 154.15, and the super 1845, 409.45, 7-1 double 14.50, the pick 3 in the first leg, the 6 $49.90, the swinger bet 4-8 14.25, and 1-8 8.25, 1-4 5.75. And that winner, Fascination Street, with the victory, taking what is the breakthrough win today, was bred by Frank DiGiulio Jr. in Ontario. Live money in the pick 6, $1,873. The pick 5, $14,448. Off they race, and back to last early Fascination Street, but they're all within a length of each other, coming through for the early lead. Up in the centre is Unstable Storm to go out in front. Uncle's the Banker got away pretty well in second. On the inside, Fascination Street from Panyard Tap, and out wide a Cheap Speed and Squeeze the Shaman. A length and a half to Canadian Daddy Boston Bay, and Strelza Onkel is a long last, is about 8 behind them. And racing in front, Unstable Storm, trying to poke up on the inside, didn't get through there, was Uncle's the Banker. Moving up is Cheap Speed on the outside as Unstable Storm goes further ahead. In behind them came Fascination Street, Panyard Tap, then Squeeze the Shaman, Canadian Daddy, Boston Bay running on, and a long last, Strelza Onkel. Turning inside the quarter, Unstable Storm being chased by in second, Uncle's the Banker, and then came Fascination Street. Unstable Storm racing out in front, up the inside, Fascination Street. Uncle's the Banker still there, and down the outside, Boston Bay and Squeeze the Shaman. Unstable Storm in front, but Fascination Street's coming. Fascination Street racing up to hit the front, and down the outside, Boston Bay. Fascination Street the leader, and going on to win for Juan Crawford. Fascination Street, a length and a half, Boston Bay. Third is Uncle's the Banker. A weakening fourth, Unstable Storm, and the time is 1:06.01. There is the finish order. There's the claim, and it was Unstable Storm, goes from the barn of Stephen Cherkop to the new trainer in Sean Rideout for Thomas Lowe. Race 4, scratch 2. Commander at Sea is a vet scratch, and 4 Scat Factor at 1:12. Post time in 20 minutes, race 4.
The wonderful season continues for one Willie Theranos. His Fascination Street. It took a lot of early money, floated up late in that event, and struck at odds of 3-1.
And looks like he's headed down the road to Fort Erie as well.
Race number 3 now in the books. Let's get to race number 4, going a mile to 16th. 7,500 claimers. Scratch number 2, that being Commander at Sea. So we're down to a field now of 7, and here it is, the time of the day in which we put together our pick 4 ticket. No keys for us along the way, though, here today. We're going to go 3 by 3 by 3 by 2. So who do you want to use in this race?
Well, in this race, I like the 5, Seattle Down Under, which I think you like as well.
I do.
And then I think we should include Scat Factor with the 10-pounder aboard, don't you?
And one of our favorite angles is the first-time gelding angle, so we want to toss in Trendy Park as well. So
Yes.
we'll use 4, 5, and 6 coming up in this spot. Then we get to race number 5 of the day. Scratch number 3, that being Chairman Bob. We're on the inside course going a mile in here. You like Classy Whisper.
I do. I like Classy Whisper. I think we might get this horse at a little bit of a price because I think they're going to play the 5 and the 7, so we should include those as well.
Those are going to get tossed into our ticket too. Let's get to race number 6 now. My long shot of the day is Forest Woodsman. I've got that one second in my selections. I've landed on Hamlin somewhat reluctantly, but you're going to toss in another name that you like a little bit more.
Well, one of my upsetters on the day today is this If You Insist horse who's making the first start of the season with Vivez aboard for Tiller. So I thought maybe we could toss that one in.
1, 4, and 6. Then we get to the 7th. This is where we're a little bit skinny. We're going to go too deep in here. We'll use the 7 Where Is S, but we want to toss in one more into the mix of things as well, and that's going to be the number 8.
Yes, we're going with the Moran Exactor in that race. That makes total sense to me. Let's see if it actually all happens the way we saw it.
So there's our ticket for 20 cents, $10.80 if you want to play along. The old 3 by 3 by 3 by 2. No keys along the way for myself and Lisa. Good luck with how you see the pick 4 sequence here today. Around 2 turns we go. Mile to 16th for the 7,500 claimer. It is Seattle Down Under, who is taking the bulk of the support. We'll get to that one momentarily. But let's start off with number 1, that being Perfect Play, who was a low price on the line at 4-1 and does get some drop in class in that one's corner today.
The thing is, this one's been trying nominators of 2 forever, Jeff. I mean, like, we got to get out of this condition. All we've done is break our maiden, and that happened a long, long time ago. So it's kind of the same thing when you find these professional maidens and you say, when are they going to finally get the win? It's kind of similar here because you have a horse when you say, well, this is a professional non-winners of 2 runner.
Scratch the number 2, Commander at Sea. The number 3 is This Cat's For Real, and wow, made up a ton of ground a couple of starts ago.
True, but one of my arguments, and one of the things I've said many, many times with some of these lower-end claimers when they break their maiden is that they lost their best friend, and that's exactly what happened when this guy broke his maiden for 10. He is having a very difficult time against non-winners of 2 so far.
Number 4 is Scat Factor, and was finally able to put it all together back on June the 2nd.
Right, so I don't mind this horse because he had that win there, and that was over a horse by the name of Jack, who's kind of been hanging around from the Steve Churcott barn. Next start out, produces a 4th place finish behind Too Much Talk, who was a much the best winner from the Bill Theranos barn, won by almost 7 lengths that day, and after that came right back to win again on last weekend's program, in for the same price tag, the $15,000 price tag. So the drop in half for this horse really makes this one a player. You're going to get this horse at a price because you get a bug rider that we have yet to see in the winner's circle here this season.
Just 13 days ago, Seattle Down Under ran on turf, now gets back over the synthetic.
But raced against tougher, raced against 25 non-winners of 2. Sammy Stone was a dropper on that race for Catherine Day Phillips, who was claimed by Mike Dunslow. Fableman was a dropper in that race for Barb Minchell. So definitely, you know, he hooked up with some droppers, and now today he's the one doing the dropping. But if you forget all about that last race and you see that the horse won easily against maidens for 10, 75 and on 2 is going to hit him right in between the eyes. I like the price for this guy.
A bunch of the Dunslow horses went down to Gulfstream with Elizabeth Dobles, and now they're back here at Woodbine with Dunslow, and this one shows up as a first-time gelding.
Okay, so first-time gelding, like you said, a horse that they claimed for $25,000, and now you see him all the way down to the bottoms for $7,500. In fact, they're running him for $7,000 to get the money and get him in a little bit lighter. You get Jeffrey Alderson aboard here today. That's a jock trainer combination that's all right. I'll play it based on the first start gelding angle, but still the horse has to show us something.
Theranos looks for back-to-back wins. He's going to send out Ha-He, who won in a dead heat last time.
Yeah, this was actually one of those horses that did a racing anomaly, which is the fact that he won with his stablemate, and they were both they are both sons of Hyper, both trained by Bill Theranos and both bred by Terra Horse Farm Inc. So he comes in off of a win against maidens for cheap, maidens for 75. He's got to come back and try non-winners of 2 for for $7,500, but he does get Leo Salas back aboard, and that's a vote of confidence.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up with Bar Talk. This is the number 8, and so far this season's been a bit of a tough go for this one.
Yeah, and he gets Abley for the first time, so you know they aren't able to get Vivez to come back with this horse for whatever reason. Maybe they wanted to change things up and go to Abley here today, but the blinkers are getting added. And maybe that will help. But they did try blinkers with this horse back at the beginning of his career when he was a 2-year-old and competing. And, you know, I don't really think the blinkers did all that much to him. In fact, I thought he ran much, much better without them. But who knows? He's another year older, and maybe he'll like having the shades on today.
It is outside, just behind a tree here in the walking ring area. I'm not sure if our cameras can. There is the 8s.
Under the willows.
The willows
Staying
are protecting Bar Talk, and now emerging and getting a leg up right now.
Is it just me, or do a lot of John Ross's horses go outside to saddle?
No,
I think they do.
I didn't notice that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I think they do. I think we see quite a few. It's almost like he wants his own saddling area separated from everybody else. We'll just call it the John Ross paddock from now on.
6-1 as you speak for Bar Talk. Again, scratch number 2, that being Commander at Sea. We're excited because it's the start of the Pick 4. Hopefully you are as well, and we wish you all the best.
It is the call to post race 4 of the day, and scratch 2 Commander at Sea is a vet scratch, and number 4 Scat Factor carries 112. As they go a mile and 16 for this race, a conditional claimer, 3-year-old and up, competing, who are non-winners of 2, 9 minutes from now. as we take a look at the field. Number 1 in the post parade is Perfect Play. Ross Armada training for SA Racing Stable Incorporated with Pietro Moran. 2 is a scratch. 3 is This Cat's for Real. Bruno Shigadan's owner. Devin Gitten's trainer. The rider is Juan Crawford. Number 4, Scat Factor for Rolf A. Davis, Robert Tiller and Cheyenne Kerr. 5, Seattle Down Under, Joey G. Thoroughbred's owner, Carlos Grand trainer, the rider Emma Jane Wilson. Number 6 is Trinity Park, also owned by Bruno Shigadans, is trained by Mike Dunslow with jockey Jeffrey Alderson. Tara Horse Farm Incorporated own the 7, Ha He, the rider Leo Salas for William Theranos. And number 8 is Bar Talk, Huntington Stud Farm Corporation and JC Stable owners John Ross, trainer rider Fraser Abley. Post time up in 6 minutes. Two minutes. On post time, they're about to come to the start. First along will be Perfect Play. Check of the betting, and favoured at a short price is the 5, Seattle Down Under, 3-2. Second pick in the betting is 6, Trinity Park, 7-2. 4-1 for number 8, Bar Talk, now 9-2, along with 4, Scat Factor as they come up. Inside runner, Perfect Play, getting organised. They're going ahead first with this Cats for Real. Oh no, for Seattle actually it's for Trinity Park. That's Cats for Real. Seattle Down Under. It's gone up ahead. So it is Seattle Down Under. Now Perfect Play, a splattering of red, white I guess. Moving up for a start is this Cats for Real. And the stablemate will be stablemate but ownership for Bruno Shigadan's Trinity Park in the white cap. Scat Factor for Cheyenne Kerr behind the gate. They're going in now with this Cats for Real as Warren Crawford has had a good day so far. Continues on in this race after having won the previous and run second prior to that. Trinity Park getting organised as Scat Factor walks up. Seattle Down Under's in the gate.
On Sunday. I leave the key there.
Late money coming in for Trinity Park is down to 2-1. So this betting has shifted quite a bit. Trinity Park 2-1, Seattle Down Under 8-5. Scat Factor goes up. Next will be Trinity Park. Ha-he. The Barnett William Thoreros looking for a race-to-race double. The last is Bar Talk. Fraser Abley to the outside as Ha-he steps in. And now Bar Talk. Set to run there in the gate. Locked up. Moffat Racing and a good start. Scat Factor showing up is Bar Talk on the outside, and prominent this Cats for Real slips up to make a line of 3 and puts the head in front. Right behind them in the center, Trinity Park. Perfect Play the inside. Ha-he trying to settle at the back, and over on the inside goes Seattle Down Under, and they're fairly tightly punched as they go out the stretch. And on the outside, Scat Factor putting their head in front of this Cats for Real, and Bar Talk makes a line of 3. A length away, Trinity Park. Perfect Play on the inside. 3 wide, Ha-he and Seattle Down Under, and they settle behind. Only 4 lengths covers them. Bar Talk on the outside, narrowly in front. On the rail is Scat Factor. They go out to lead by about 2 lengths. Sharing third are Trinity Park, and on the inside, this Cats for Real. 2.5 to Seattle Down Under. Second last is Ha-he. Back to the tail, Perfect Play. They go to the 4.5, and Bar Talk on the outside. The leader narrowly for Fraser Abley over Scat Factor. A couple away, Trinity Park lobbing along in third. On the inside, this Cats for Real. And then a break in the field to Ha-he's made ground past Seattle Down Under. And last of all is Perfect Play. They head to the turn, 3/8 to run, and now Scat Factor on the inside pushing through. Joins Bar Talk. A couple to Trinity Park. Ha-he on the outside of this Cats for Real. And trying to get a run on is Seattle Down Under, bustled along. And last, Perfect Play. They come to the quarter, and Scat Factor's propelled away from the opposition, racing out in front. And it is Cheyenne Kerr and Scat Factor by 3 lengths as they turn. This Cats for Real held up behind horses will swing wide, and now 4 or 5 in front. Scat Factor from a long way back. Perfect Play's winding up, but well ahead. Scat Factor an enormous lead. Perfect Play running into second, but racing for home, and Scat Factor a dominant performance here, coming down to score. And Scat Factor and Cheyenne Kerr score by about 7 lengths. Second, Perfect Play. 2.5, Trinity Park is third, and Seattle Down Under was fourth. And they ran 1:46.10 for the mile and 16. Opening quarter in 25, a half a mile, 49 flat, and 3/4, 1:14. The mile 1:39 and 3, the time 1:46.10. The winner is 4 Scat Factor, second 1 Perfect Play, third 6 Trinity Park, and fourth 5 Seattle Down Under. Big win by Scat Factor, taking honours today for what is a second success. And the winner is a 3-year-old Grey Roan gelding. Scat Factor is by the Factor from a Scat Daddy bloodline Scat Gal, trained by Robert Tiller. Rolf A. Davis, winning owner. Cheyenne Kerr, winning rider. And was bred by Robert Marzilli in Ontario. Scat Factor taking a big win in the Marlin 16.
Come on up here. Come on up. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. Can you come a little bit more? Can you come a little bit more? Okay, alrighty. Okay, here we go. Alrighty. Just a sec. Good, thank you.
It's official, $16.30. Scat Factor really drifted in the betting, has paid extremely well. Number 1, Perfect Play, $7.40 to place, and the Exacta, $84.40. Trifecta, $108.10. The Supers paid $234.30 on 4165. The 1-4 double, 38 even, and the pick 3. First leg 107, 55.90. The Swinger Bet, 1-4, 430. 1-6, 335, $463. Down to $227 of live money in the jackpot pile pick 6. Run there in the gate. Locked up. Moffat Racing and a good start. Scat Factor showing up is Bar Talk on the outside, and prominent This Cat's for Real slips up to make a line of 3 and puts the head in front. Right behind them in the centre, Trinity Park. Perfect Play the inside. Ha He trying to settle at the back. And over on the inside goes Seattle Down Under, and they're fairly tightly punched as they go out the stretch. And on the outside, Scat Factor putting their head in front of This Cat's for Real, and Bar Talk makes a line of 3. A length away, Trinity Park. Perfect Play on the inside. 3 wide, Ha He and Seattle Down Under, and they settle behind. Only 4 lengths covers them. Bar Talk on the outside, narrowly in front. On the rail is Scat Factor. They go out to lead by about 2 lengths. Sharing third are Trinity Park, and on the inside, This Cat's for Real. 2.5 to Seattle Down Under. Second last is Ha He. Back to the tail, Perfect Play. They go to the 4.5, and Bar Talk on the outside. The leader narrowly for Fraser Abley over Scat Factor. A couple away, Trinity Park lobbing along in third. On the inside, This Cat's for Real. And then a break in the field to Ha He's made ground past Seattle Down Under. And last of all is Perfect Play. They head to the turn, 3/8 to run, and now Scat Factor on the inside pushing through. Joins Bar Talk. A couple to Trinity Park. Ha He on the outside of This Cat's for Real. And trying to get a run on is Seattle Down Under, bustled along. And last, Perfect Play. They come to the quarter, and Scat Factor's propelled away from the opposition, racing out in front. And it is Cheyenne Kerr and Scat Factor by 3 lengths as they turn. This Cat's for Real held up behind Horses Will Swing wide, and now 4 or 5 in front. Scat Factor from a long way back. Perfect Play's winding up, but well ahead. Scat Factor an enormous lead. Perfect Play running into second, but racing for home, and Scat Factor a dominant performance here, coming down to score. And Scat Factor and Cheyenne Kerr score by about 7 lengths. Second, Perfect Play. 2.5, Trinity Park is third, and Seattle Down Under was fourth. And they ran 1:46.10 for the mile and 16. That is how they finished in race 4 today. Scat Factor was claimed, goes from Robert Tillibahn to Alison Jennings for Logan Friege. Seattle Down Under from Carlos Grant to Lauren Spader, owner-trainer, and Bar Talk from John Ross to Chetram Mohabir, owner-trainer. Back to the inner turf, race 5, scratch 3. Chairman Bob is a vet scratch, 17 minutes away.
Congratulations to apprentice Cheyenne Kerr, who takes Scat Factor to the winner's circle for just the second time in his career, and he leaves that race on a winning note as he's going down to the Border Oval. And Scat Factor, now winner of 2 of his last 3.
Yeah, and you know what? It's really cool when a Hall of Famer gives you a live mount like that. So congratulations to Cheyenne, and good on Bob to give her a horse that could give her a big win there.
The tote board, it is a talking with Classy Whisper taking all this support right now in race number 5. Not the favorite, though, on the multiple leg wagers, at least the doubles that I saw. That distinction belongs to 7, so I do think the 2 is going to float up. But here's a look at the number 1, this being Green Fleet, was involved in an absolutely paceless race last time out and just gave it up late.
And raced against, Media Sensation, who's the 5 horse in this race and is really, really cold. This has not exactly turned out the way I thought, but we have 15 minutes on the clock. I kind of expected that the 5 and the 7 would be the favorites in this race, and we'd get the 1 horse at a bit of a price, but I think I wasn't the only one with that thought. So we are currently at even money on this 2 horse. But yes, Dave Borsk saddles Green Fleet, looking for a better effort here today.
Number 2 is Classy Whisper, and Classy Whisper gets significant class relief here today. Not a bad race last time out, as you showed us during the pregame show.
This is a much easier spot for this horse because he comes out of those wide open quarters that can be really salty. And in the last race, he had a very, very good effort up the rail on the turf, going 1 mile and a 16th with Vivez aboard. She's back aboard again today. She knows the horse extremely well. She's won a couple of races with this horse when they were in against much tougher, the optional 40 or the non-winners of 2 back in last summer of 2023. So I like what they're doing here today. They're dropping the horse in for $15,000. If you're going to do this, you want to win, because there's a very good possibility that the horse could get claimed. He does have that hood on. I don't know, Jeff, if that's something that we see him wearing all the time, but certainly just the hood on, no blinkers, just enough to kind of put some cotton batting in those ears so he doesn't hear everything going on around him.
Wouldn't be too unnerved by that by any means. Seems to be handling things A-okay. Scratch the 3. The number 4 is Lion Kingdom. He is a deep closer who, when he gets rolling, can really motor home.
And do you think he needed one last start out? Because
Possibly.
He really did close up a ton of ground, but you're asking him to go long on the turf for his first start of the season, and he was 13 lengths back in that race, which featured Alley-Oop Johnny, who's the 7 in this race. But I think he might have needed one. He's a consistent horse. Omar knows this horse extremely well, too. He's a little ATM machine. He's been able to bankroll about $126,000 from 5 wins in his lifetime. He's getting a little older. He's now 8 years old, but like I said, because he's older, he probably did need that start, and now I think he comes back tougher today.
Media Sensation is the number 5. I thought he had to work really hard to win back on May the 19th. I was really impressed with his most recent race, though, when he kind of flew home there late to pull off the win.
And I think for any racehorse, it's really hard to string 3 wins together. I mean, that's what you're asking this horse to do. He won for 15 against non-winners of 3, so he's out of his conditions. Then he comes up and he tries the optional 10 or the 5 starter, and he wins that race. And now here he is back for $15,000. So they're saying if you want him, come and get him. You can give me $15,000. He's at 10 to 1 right now. I'm surprised to see him at 10 to 1. Do you think this is because it's Leo Salas? Because the other thing too is I got fooled, and I think you might have too, but we got fooled on that day when Marty put Leo Salas on a horse. We said, geez, he never rides for this horse. It just doesn't really make a lot of sense. You know, maybe he's a no-go, and he ended up winning for fun. I think this is a budding jockey-trainer combo.
Yeah, I think that the 2 is taking so much support right now that everybody else is a little bit inflated right now at this point. But I think the 5 will come down a bit in here. Number 6 is Jamista. They're experimenting in this race here today. This is a horse that's never gone on turf or around 2 turns.
Right, and it's a Willie Armada horse. Like we said yesterday, Willie had a nice winner on the program. That was Mrs. Hot Shot that won for them and returned good money. Jamista, you've said this before to me, and I think you're right. Jamista really likes it when Bill Theranis is her daddy. You know, he seems to race really well for Bill, and Bill obviously has the key to this horse. But now we're hoping that Willie has figured out what it is, or at least that Bill has passed along the key on the chain.
Alley-oop Johnny is the number 7. I approached him with caution back on May the 25th. He was a low price on that day, and he just sort of ran evenly there. That Page I Do, that was the Deborah Rhombus horse that ran a monster race on that day. But last time he was kind of back to the old Alley-oop Johnny. If he repeats that last race, he's going to be tough in here.
And he battled it out neck and neck with Page Du right to the wire back on the 16th of June. He can put up some big numbers too, Jeff. I mean, it's not out of the realm for this horse to hit a Beyer speed figure in the high 80s, low 90s. So he is certainly a horse that you should take a look at, especially at 5 to 2.
Mary Addo's Spring Mountain is the number 8, goes off the claim and now moved over to the barn of Sandy McPherson.
I saw this and I thought to myself, now here's a relationship that's been going on a long time. Sandy McPherson used to train for John Addo, well over 20 years ago, and still training for the Addo family, now for Mary. First started off with a claim. Now, they did take this horse for $15,000, and they have waited the 30 days to run back for the same price tag. We see that a lot, I find now, you know, people waiting the 30 days and bringing these horses back.
Stylish Gent is the 9. No secret to what this horse is going to try and do here today.
Yeah, Dave Gittins is going to send out this one with Sky Chernez. Now, you know, Dave's still trying to figure things out here at Woodbine because he does kind of go back and forth between Assiniboia Downs and here. He's only had the one winner, but like I said, he's still trying to figure things out, still trying to make relationships with some of our jocks on the backstretch, and it looks like Sky's got him out for him today.
And Wilberforce made a big move at the Fort last time out to win against allowance competition.
And then you got to think like, okay, how does he fit here? Because I'll tell you exactly what the problem is. Those allowance races, they rarely fill at Fort Erie. They're very, very hard to fill. And so she's got to come here because, you know, this is basically what she's got. You know, she's got this, and then she can wait until maybe the Puss in Boots, but that doesn't come up until September. So maybe what you're seeing here is an early look at a possible Puss in Boots jumper in this race.
So we go on to the inside turf course here, brought to you by our good friends at Bet 365. It is race number 5 coming up in about 9 minutes.
Stepping onto the track now, race 5, the call to post for the Bet365 Inner Turf race coming up with the scratch of 3 Chairman Bob is a vet scratch. Starter optional claiming race for 3 and up. Heading now to the post parade, race 5 is a mile. In the post parade, number 1, Green Fleet for Lisa McCallum Smith, David Borsk and Justin Stein. 2, Classy Whisper, owned by TNT Racing Team, trainer David Bell, the rider Sofia Vives. Number 3 is out. 4, Lion Kingdom, trained by Richard Morden, for CS Dowson Farms with Omar Moreno. Media Sensation, number 5, owned by Bruno Schickedans, is trained by Marty Drexler, jockey Leo Salas. Number 6, Jamista, Fortunata Galati and William Armata combined with Fraser Abley. Bruno Schickedans also has the 7, Alley-Oop Johnny, and trained by Jim Ensom, the rider Sahin Savachi. Number 8 is Spring Mountain in the barn of Alexander McPherson for Mary Atto with jockey David Moran. 9, Stylish Gent for Devin Gittins and Ron Wiley, Devin Gittins trainer, rider Sky Chanetz. Number 10, Wilberforce in the barn of Sharon Sakato and owned by Sharon Sakato and Vinod Bahari with Juan Crawford completing the lineup for the field of what is now 9, the scratch at the 3, Chairman Bob. 4 minutes to the start on the inner turf of race 5. 2 minutes. On the way to the starting gate, this race coming up on the inner turf as they head across to the Bet365 course here, the inner turf at Mile. In the betting, number 7, Alley Oop Johnny is currently a 2-1, 5-2, number 2, Classy Whisper.
No, look at serious, because it's all over there. You ready?
First to move in is Green Fleet as they come forward. Down to the inside, has gone up. Joining is Classy Whisper or Sophia Vives. Equal favourite right now with Alley Oop Johnny, and Lion Kingdom is around 5-1 and Media Sensation 6-1 as they are loading well. Media Sensation is next. Fraser ably rides at Jamista. And the next to come forward is Alley Oop Johnny. Spring Mountain in the barn today of Sandy McPherson, and odds of 26-1 to gate number 8. Stylish Gent and Wilberforce. Last along is going to be Wilberforce. Comes to the line, goes up. They're all in. Locked up. On their way, and a very even break. A perfect line. Going to the front on the outside, Stylish Gent. And racing through in the centre is Alley Oop Johnny, and coming forward Wilberforce. Also handy to the pace, Spring Mountain takes up 3rd spot. Back to 4th, Alley Oop Johnny. 2 to Media Sensation, caught 3 wide around Classy Whisper and Greenfleet. About 6 away, Jamista. And last is Lion Kingdom as they turn out the stretch. And Sky Chanet's takes the lead on Stylish Gent by a length and a half to Wilberforce. Tucking in 3rd is Alley Oop Johnny with on the outside Spring Mountain. Racing around them, Media Sensation's gone to mid-pack, and then Classy Whisper nudging up in the centre. On the inside, Greenfleet. 5 away, Jamista, and Lion Kingdom is lobbing along at the back, about 9 or 10 lengths off this leader. Remaining in front, Stylish Gent. Coming off the inside is Wilberforce to attack for the lead now. And 3 wide is Spring Mountain with the mouth open. On the inside, Alley Oop Johnny's had a very good trail. Media Sensation next, and then came Greenfleet, Classy Whisper, and tacking on both Jamista and Lion Kingdom. They run along towards the 3 furlongs, and on the outside, Wilberforce, the rail Stylish Gent. Right behind them, Alley Oop Johnny coming up very cozily, needs a way through, and going forward, Spring Mountain. Forced to take up there, Alley Oop Johnny running as Media Sensation on the outside, and in the centre, Greenfleet. Starting a run, Classy Whisper swings wide and is coming home well. And up the inside, Jamista turning in front, and Wilberforce went to the lead from Alley Oop Johnny. Right down the outside, Classy Whisper's letting loose, is really flying home, passing Media Sensation. Classy Whisper right out wide, and the track has inhaled the field. Coming through is Media Sensation. Up the inside is Alley Oop Johnny. Alley Oop Johnny got the run up the inside to beat Classy Whisper, and that's the finish. Alley Oop Johnny beating Classy Whisper with a shortcut home, and then Media Sensational Wilberforce a gap the others, headed by Lion Kingdom, and the race time 1:35.96. Here are the times on the race. First quarter in 23, a half in 47 and 3/4, 1:11 and 1, 7/8, 1:23 and 3. The time 1:35.96. The winner is number 7, Alley Oop Johnny, over 2 Classy Whisper, and a photo for show. 7-2 and a third place photo. Great effort by Alley Oop Johnny to come through on the inside after sitting a nice trip, then shuffled and comes up to score for Sahin Savachi as the winning rider on Alley Oop Johnny, and the Bruno Schickedans runner taking honours. Jim Ensom is the winning trainer of Alley Oop Johnny. By the way, the third place has gone to the 12, Wilbur Force, over 5 Media Sensation. So the numbers show now as 7, 2, 10, and 5. Back to the winner, though, Alley Oop Johnny. That is win number 8. We had a lot of horses who've won a lot of races today, continuing to add to their career tallies. And there's another one, the 7-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding, Alley Oop Johnny, by Animal Kingdom from Sassy's Dream, bred by Rigney Racing LLC in Kentucky. Bruno Schickedans, Jim Ensom, and Sahin Savachi, the winning team. It is official. The winner was very popular, $3.90 for Alley Oop Johnny. The return on number 10, Wilberforce, to show $6.90, adding value to the exotics. The exact is 729.90. The trifecta 73.40. The super $251.30 with number 5 in fourth. The double 4-7, $39.80. Pick 3, the first leg, the 1, $74.75. In the swinger, 7-10 pays $7.55. 2-7, $2.45, 2-10, $14.85. Live money remaining in the jackpot pile. Pick 6, 93. Pick 5, 881. Plenty in the pick 4. Well, 5,578. Show photo. On their way, and a very even break, a perfect line. Going to the front on the outside, Stylish Gent, and racing through in the centre is Alley-Oop Johnny, and coming forward Wilberforce. Also handy to the pace, Spring Mountain takes up third spot, back to fourth. Alley-Oop Johnny, 2 to Media Sensation, caught 3 wide around Classy Whisper and Greenfleet. About 6 away, Jamista, and last is Lion Kingdom as they turn out the stretch. And Sky Chanetz takes the lead on Stylish Gent by a length and a half to Wilberforce. Tucking in third is Alley-Oop Johnny with on the outside Spring Mountain. Racing around them, Media Sensation's gone to mid-pack, and then Classy Whisper nudging up in the centre. On the inside, Greenfleet. 5 away, Jamista, and Lion Kingdom is lobbing along at the back, about 9 or 10 lengths off this leader. Remaining in front, Stylish Gent. Coming off the inside is Wilberforce to attack for the lead now. And 3 wide is Spring Mountain with the mouth open. On the inside, Alley-Oop Johnny's had a very good trail. Media Sensation next, and then came Greenfleet, Classy Whisper, and tacking on both Jamista and Lion Kingdom. They run along towards the 3 furlongs, hanging on the outside, Wilberforce, the rail Stylish Gent. Right behind them, Alley-Oop Johnny coming up very cozily, needs a way through, and going forward, Spring Mountain forced to take up there. Alley-Oop Johnny running his Media Sensation on the outside, and in the centre, Greenfleet starting a run. Classy Whisper swings wide and is coming home well. And up the inside, Jamista turning in front, and Wilberforce went to the lead from Alley-Oop Johnny. Right down the outside, Classy Whisper's letting loose, is really flying home, passing Media Sensation. Classy Whisper right out wide on the track as inhaled the field. Coming through his Media Sensation. Up the inside is Alley-Oop Johnny. Alley-Oop Johnny got the run up the inside to beat Classy Whisper, and that's the finish. Alley-Oop Johnny beating Classy Whisper with a shortcut home, and then Media Sensational Wilberforce a gap the others, headed by Lion Kingdom, and the race time 1:35.96. There's the finish order. Media sensation claimed. Goes from the barn of Marty Drexler to William Theranos for James William Fleming. No changes. Race 6 coming up in 17 minutes.
So, the average person walks 150 million steps in a lifetime. But how many go somewhere new? Those are the ones that count. Let's keep walking. Johnny Walker.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
That was one heck of a ride, courtesy of Sahin Savachi with Alley Oop Johnny. Had to get somewhere and got out for about 2 seconds, then got right back to the rail and looked as if Classy Whisper was going to win it, but Alley Oop Johnny now back-to-back wins.
I thought that at one point in time, the Classy Whisper was just going to go right on past them, but not today.
Race number 6 gives you an opportunity to play a pick 3, last pick 3 of the day, as a matter of fact. And Hamlin right now taking the bulk of the support, but others are taking some money as well in here. And we're going to start off with my long shot play of the day in here. And this is the number 1, this being Forest Woodsman. I'm just drawing a line through the last race on the turf, just thinking maybe he didn't handle it all that well.
Okay, I'll go with you on that one because, 18 to 1 is a very good price. This is a Tino Attard trainee. He uses Campos here today. So many times we see Tino using Pietro Moran, but Campos is a rider he's only used once so far this season.
Let's get to the 2 now. This being Red in front. Tough beat last time out for this one.
Tough beat, but against Maidens for 10. Now you're moving up to try Maidens for $25,000. Now last week this barn really got us because they had a horse that they sent down to Fort Erie. They raced him against Maidens for 6. The horse, I don't even think he hit the board, and then they brought him back here and they raced him for 10. And the horse won for fun. So maybe they're trying to do something similar with a horse who showed that he wants to be competitive back on June the 28th.
Clive Cross is the number 3, and you do get into an easier spot here today. They take advantage of the way this condition is written because they do not have to go in for the tag now.
That's right, and they drop them. So, I'm looking at it, I'm saying to myself, well, Leo started this horse's career back last season in May and July when he was riding the horse, and then you see they've done a few different things, right? They've tried turf, they've tried stretching out in different distances. They've never gone around 2 turns. 7/8 is about as far as I think this guy wants to go, but they do go back to the beginning with Leo.
So with Hamlin, I think it's going to go one of 2 ways. I think the horse either going to win by 5 or lose by 5.
Exactly.
It's going to be go big or go home, I think.
And that's why I made this horse my vulnerable favorite on today's program, because we knew he was going to take a lot of support. He is. He's dropping from 40 in for 25. My concern with him is he was bet down as the favorite in that race on May 24th when he had his comeback start, his first start as a 3-year-old. And he just kind of stalled, unfortunately, as the favorite. And then we haven't seen him since. So what happened in that race that he needed to take some time? There must have been something that happened in that event which was not to Kevin's liking, and they see an opportunity to drop this horse in for $25,000. Now they do use Rafael Hernandez. That's one of the barn's go-to riders, and like I said, I think just a bit of a vulnerable favorite.
Second and fifth place finish. The last race have both come back to win
Right.
for 40. Number 5 is Ontario Holiday. Really good race to start off things. Even the last start wasn't all that bad.
Well, and like I said before, Dave Gittins is still trying to get his feel for Woodbine, figure out where horses fit. And, this horse has been running for 25 all along. Was second in the debut with a rider that we don't see here very often. But now that he go to the 5-pound bug and Fraser Abley.
Number 6 is If You Insist, and Tiller and Vives will team up with this
I
one.
insist. I am going to use this horse on my ticket here today. This is the first start of the season for this now 3-year-old son of Frack Daddy. We saw Hall of Famer Bob Tiller in the winner's circle earlier on with Cheyenne Kerr. Now he goes to his go-to rider in Sophia Vives. Sophia has never ridden this horse before. Last year, Chernez had a couple of shots on the horse, as did Flores. But there are some works. 47-2 back on, I know it's in May, but it's still a nice work. And then another one on June the 16th, 5/8 in a minute and change. Just the one work preparing for this race, July 14th in 101-2. Watch for the Hall of Famer to double up today.
We go from one Tiller horse to another with People Are People.
So I think this is, the better of the two is the 6, If You Insist, because you got to assume that Sophia had a choice, and she opts to go to the 6 horse here. You get Pietro aboard.
And we wrap it up with Sir Tibbs. And we saw a picture of Sir Tibbs earlier on today.
We did, yeah, we did. And, I think that might be the only time we see Sir Tibbs today. But, he's at 6-1. So he is getting some support, dropping from 40 in for 25 for a barn that hasn't won a race yet this season. And a rider that is, first of all, look, I think Kirk Johnson's got one of the best backs in this business. He's got a real super flat back. He's easy to spot out there on the racetrack. But he does a majority of his winning at Fort Erie.
Maiden 25,000 optional claimer in here. We're going to go 3/4 of a mile, and it does start off the late pick 3, and hopefully you're still alive with your pick 5 wagers that start all the way back in race number 2. Mr. Roberts will look at the field one more time in its entirety on the post parade.
It is the call to post for the race number 6. There are no changes. They'll go 6 furlongs. Maiden optional claiming race for 3 and up as they head out. Post-parade, number 1, Forest Woodsman, is trained by Tino Attard for Elizabeth and Gordon Licorice, the rider Jose Campos. 2 is Red in front for Colebrook Farms, Patrick Dixon and Justin Stein. 3, Clive Cross. Ownership, Mark Very and Steve Doan. Krista Cole, trainer and jockey Leo Sales. 4 is Hanlon in the barn of Kevin Attard for Canuck Racing Club with Rafael Hernandez. The 5 is Ontario Holiday, owned by Bruno Schickedans, Devin Gittins trainer. The rider is Fraser Abley. 6, If You Insist, Rolf A. Davis and Robert Tiller join forces with Sofia Vives. Number 7, People Are People, trained by Robert Tiller for Frank DiGiulio Jr. with Pietro Marin. And number 8, Sir Tibbs, owned by Keith Palmer, trained by Karen Palmer, and the rider Kirk Johnson. Post time will be in 5 minutes. Two minutes. On the way to the starting gate, race 6. A check of the betting sees the favourite currently at 3-1, number 4 Hanlon, 7-2, number 6 If You Insist, 4-1 for 5 Ontario Holiday. So the middle of the gate is where the more popular runners are located as they come up. Forest Woodsman has the rail, is the first to go in, is the ride for Jose Campos. To gate number 2 is red in front. Moving forward is Clive Cross. Hanlon, gate number 4. And next along is Ontario Holiday. To gate number 6, If You Insist. Blinkers are on for People Are People, waiting to come alongside the stablemate. If You Insist has gone up. People Are People next. Sir Tibbs to the outside gate. They stand, they're ready. And they're off. And a very good start, People Are People. Sir Tibbs began sharply, and also If You Insist, who's gone to a narrow lead. Up on the inside, Forest Woodsman going forward. Hanlon in the centre is mid-pack. Ontario Holiday getting back over on the inside, driving up the rails, red in front with Clive Cross between horses, and going away is If You Insist by a length. Up to second is Hanlon. On the inside, Forest Woodsman, followed by People Are People. Caught a bit wide, Sir Tibbs from Clive Cross, red in front, and Ontario Holiday. They race fairly tight, and showing the way by a couple of lengths is If You Insist. On the outside, pushing around them is People Are People. Hanlon the centre, and on the inside, Forest Woodsman. A length and a half away came Sir Tibbs, and running is Clive Cross. Red in front, the inside finishing on. Last is Ontario Holiday as they go to the quarter. The leader, If You Insist. The stablemate, People Are People, chasing hard in the centre. Hanlon, a break in the field to on the inside, Forest Woodsman, and then red in front, and Ontario Holiday. If You Insist, holding out by 3. Clive Cross is getting a run on behind horses. Out of the lead, though, If You Insist by 3 lengths to Hanlon. On the inside, Forest Woodsman, and trying to get going is Clive Cross. If You Insist on the inside for Sofia Vives has stolen this one. And If You Insist has won by 3 or 4 lengths. Clive Cross eventually got up to run second from Hanlon, then came red in front. The time for the race is 1:11.65. First quarter went in 22 and 4. The half mile 46 flat and 58 and 1 for 5/8. The final time 1:11.65. First home number 6, If You Insist, over 3 Clive Cross. A photo for show, 6-3 and a third placed photo. Third place 2, number 4 Hanlon. Fourth was 2 red in front.
them every time.
Very nice performance by If You Insist, coming in fresh to win. Congrats to Robert Tiller and Rolf A. Davis. They've combined yet again with another success today. Another win on the board too for Sofia Vives. The Big Geldings 3 by Frack Daddy from OK One More. And Daniel Mooney bred the winner in Ontario. That is a breakthrough win in a fourth start, If You Insist. And the return is in, paying $13.70 for the win, $7.30 to place and $6.10 to show. 3 Clive Cross, $10.40 and $6.10. The exacta paying $83.60. And the trifecta, $202.65. 6342 Super, $741.50. The double 7-6, $37.80. The pick 3, $130.65. First leg, the 4. And the pick 5 numbers, 1 or 7 into 1, 4, then 3 or 7 with 6, $804.55. In the swinger, 3-6, 675, 4-6, 425, 3-4, 435. We're down to $20 in live money in the jackpot power pick 6, 687 in the pick 4. A look at the show photo. And they're off. And a very good start, People of People. Sir Tibbs began sharply, and also If You Insist, who's gone to a narrow lead. Up on the inside, Forest Woodsman going forward. Hanlon in the centre is mid-pack. Ontario Holiday getting back over on the inside, driving up the rails, Red in front with Clive Cross. Between horses and going away is If You Insist by a length. Up to second is Hanlon. On the inside, Forest Woodsman, followed by People of People. Caught a bit wide, Sir Tibbs from Clive Cross. Red in front, and Ontario Holiday. They race fairly tight, and showing the way by a couple of lengths is If You Insist. On the outside, pushing around them is People of People. Hanlon the centre, and on the inside, Forest Woodsman. A length and a half away came Sir Tibbs, and running is Clive Cross. Red in front, the inside finishing on. Last is Ontario Holidays. They go to the quarter. The leader, If You Insist. The stablemate, People of People, chasing hard in the centre. Hanlon, a break in the field to on the inside, Forest Woodsman, and then Red in front and Ontario Holiday. If You Insist, holding out by 3. Clive Cross is getting a run on behind horses. Out of the lead, though, If You Insist by 3 lengths to Hanlon. On the inside, Forest Woodsman, and trying to get going is Clive Cross. If You Insist on the inside for Sofia Vives has stolen this one. And If You Insist has won by 3 or 4 lengths. Clive Cross eventually got up to run second from Hanlon, then came Red in front. The time for the race is 1:11.65. And there is the final finish order, race 6 of the day. Hanlon has been claimed, goes from the barn of Kevin Attard to Tedston Holder for P413 Racing. No changes for the 7th, post time in 19 minutes.
So doubles on the program for Sofia Vives and Bob Tiller. They won earlier in the program, not together, but this time they did team up with a horse that you liked, who just kept on going on the front end.
I'm glad I insisted, Jeff. You got that horse at a really good price first start of the season, too.
7th race will start off the late double, going 6 furlongs. These are non-winners in 3 races lifetime, 15,000 claimers. And you and I have built this up as the Battle of the Morans.
That's right.
This is kind of the first time in a race in which they've both been very close on the top.
I agree.
Board.
Yeah, so. like they are each other's main competition.
Yep. Here's Yorkville. This is the number 1. And I thought the horse ran better last time out, but still has to run even better than that to win the race.
Because, you know, if you look back again, it's the same thing. When you see a horse that is winning against $5,000 claimers, it's really hard to play them in for $15,000. Now, we don't write the 5s here until the end of the season, and that's when this horse was able to win. He did break his maiden back in 2023, and when he did it with this rider aboard, so I don't know, but I think we got to see him drop a little more.
JMR Speedy Escape is the number 2, was second best against Small Talk. Small Talk actually looks pretty good in a race coming up on Sunday's program.
Yes, this could be the fly in our ointment, Jeff, because Small Talk is actually going to be, I think, my wild card or my long shot play on the Sunday program, and that's a horse from the Kelly Callahan barn that was able to win quite easily on the turf. So here's a horse that's switching from turf back over to the main track, has been successful with a couple of wins on the all-weather.
Dream On Baby looks to give Vives her 3rd on the day. She's never ridden this horse, and for the first time in a while, we get back over the Tapeta.
Yeah, we're looking at a Richie Morden horse who has been kind of busy this season, has already had 4 starts. There was a win 2 starts ago against 15 non-2, and that was over, done with Fraser Abley aboard. So they go to Vives here today, and like you said, she's had the hot hand. She's done very good on today's program, but we don't see her winning very often for this barn.
Number 4 is He's Fully Loaded. Comes out of exactly the same race as JMR Speedy Escape. In fact, this horse was sent off as the favorite on that day.
I'm sure Ian Black would love to get a win here today. He's had fringe efforts with his horses. He's had a few seconds and thirds on this year's stats. But this one was third last start. Comes out of the same race as JMR Speedy Escape and gets Juan Crawford, who we saw in the winner's circle today.
Pass the Pudding Please had a really gutsy win to start off his campaign. They gave it a go and it gets way tougher last time out.
And was protected when the horse did win that race for $7,500. I got a funny feeling $7,500 is the price tag this horse needs to be in for.
Serenading Hall is the number 6. They've kind of been shopping around for spots with this one.
Okay, but this is your man. You're on Team Brad. So you have to be rooting for Brad here at 14-1.
Always one of 5 Dunslow boys, and this is one of them there. And Brad, oh, look at the mane, all done up.
Oh, but you know
well.
what I will say? I think Brad wins as far as turnout is concerned. He always brings his horses over, braided. They look fantastic when they come over. But you know what a poor effort from this horse as the heavily backed favorite back on July the 4th when they claimed him for 75. And you know you could understand off of that race a guy waiting for 30 days, but they say, what the heck? I'll put him in for 14.
Whereas that says the number 7, there are a lot of things to like about this one. First of all, you're coming off of a victory, but I also love the fact that the runner-up, who you quite liked the other day, was a pretty easy winner for 25.
That's right, Adelaide Court, that we liked on the Sunday program that won at a big price. So I think we got to use this horse. In fact, this is the horse I've got in the top spot at 5-2. Dave, it looks like he had his choice because he's been riding Where's Essa, but he has also been riding Crumlin Beast. And we see him ride so many times for Mike Doyle. He's got to be like his go-to rider. So for him to stay over here with this Paul Buttigieg horse really speaks volumes to me.
So let's wrap it up with Crumlin Beast. Yes, the last time out did lose, but that was against Tougher and has come back to work very quickly.
And, you know, we've been lucky enough to catch a couple of these Doyle horses. And, you know, the one that we caught a while ago, I want to say last week or the week before, was that Silver Pistol, I think.
Taking the big drop.
Yeah, and putting the blinkers on, too, right? And that worked out for them. Now you get Pietro Moran taking over with the horse who's dropping back down to 15. They raced him for 15, and when they did that, she was a winner, and she was protected for the waiver. Then they tried 25 non-3. It's just a bit too tough. She raced against Stolen. We know that horse. That's a really nice horse who's had a great season. Now we come back into reality, back to 15,000. This is going to be fun because, like you said, we've seen father and son compete against each other many times on the program. But I think this time around, they're each other's main rival.
I would agree with that. Race number 7 will get underway in about 12 minutes. It starts off the late double, and then we wrap it up with race number 8 on the card as we get back on the inside turf course. But first things first, a race on the all-weather.
post race 7, there are no changes. Heading onto the track, they'll go 6 furlongs. We have a conditional claiming race for 3 and up, and then non-winners of 3. 9 minutes of betting time remaining as they head out onto the track for the post parade. In the post parade, 1 is Yorkville, trained by Keith Edwards, for Richie Callender with Lenny Cicheran. Number 2, JMR, Speedy Escape, in the barn of Stephen Chirkop for JMR Racing Incorporated and Stephen Chirkop with Ryan Munger. 3, Dream On Baby, is owned by Rodolfo Diaz Pena with Richard Morden Barn and the rider Sofia Vives. Number 4 is He's Fully Loaded. Mark Main prize owner, trainer Ian Black, the rider Juan Crawford. Number 5, Past the Put and Please for Silver Dark Racing Stable, Susie Drake and Leo Sales. Brad Dunslow, owner of 6, Serenading Hall, trainer as well, and the rider Daisuke Fukumoto. 7, Where is Essa? David Moran in the saddle for Paul Buttigieg and Buttigieg Training Centre. And number 8, Crumlin Beast, with Pietro Moran for Mike Doyle, and owned by Dura Racing and MJ Doyle Racing Stables Limited. They're headed to the start in 6 minutes, race 7 at 6 furlongs. 2 minutes. On the way to the starting gate, this is going to see 6 furlongs the distance, and the favoured runner, number 7, Where Is Essa, at 7 to 5. Out to 9 to 2 now for number 4, He's Fully Loaded, and Crumlin Beast down to 4 to 1. 6 to 1, number 2, JMR, Speedy Escape. So a lot of money coming in for Where Is Essa. First to load is Yorkville, the Lenny Cicheron, down to the inside gate. As they come forward, Ryan Munger has the ride on JMR, Speedy Escape. Steps to the line. Dream On Baby to gate 3. He's Fully Loaded now to gate 4. Past the put 'em, please. Has gone to the line. They're almost right with Serenading. Not Serenading Hall yet. Almost there, Dice K. And biggest price of the board is Yorkville, but shortest price is next. Where Is Essa? And the last will be Crumlin Beast. So we have David Moran and Pietro Moran outside gate. Stand by for a start. Now Crumlin Beast has come to the line. Fast along. Crumlin Beast is in there, all in. Locked. As they break at the tail end, past the put 'em, please. Where Is Essa? One of the best away. A Swarm for the lead. Driving on the inside, Yorkville. He's Fully Loaded the centre. And racing handy is also Dream On Baby, and nearer the inside, trying to go through for the lead, JMR, Speedy Escape. A tussle up front, Yorkville, JMR, Speedy Escape, and He's Fully Loaded, setting a very fast pace by 4 lengths to Dream On Baby. 2 to Where Is Essa? Past the put 'em, please, is trying to make ground now on the inside. Crumlin Beast second last, Serenading Haulers at the back. They're strung out, but there's been a tremendous tussle and no distinct leader. On the inside, Yorkville, the centre, JMR, Speedy Escape. 3 wide, He's Fully Loaded. Where Is Essa's winding up, 3 behind, with on the inside, Dream On Baby. Crumlin Beast is making some ground now. On the inside, past the put 'em, please, and Daisuke Fukumoto and Serenading Hall trying to get involved from the back. Turning, and He's Fully Loaded, and JMR, Speedy Escape narrowly. Where Is Essa? Past the put 'em, please, trying to get a run, and Crumlin Beast flinging home down the extreme outside. It's David Moran and Pietro Moran, and son and father first and second, and it's out wide. Pietro Moran storming away. Crumlin Beast is out by about 3 or 4 lengths, and Crumlin Beast and Pietro Moran first. David Moran second. Where Is Essa? Third, past the put 'em, please, and fourth, Dream On Baby, 1:11:36. First quarter in 22 and 2, a half a mile was up in 46 flat, 58 and 4 for the 5/8. The time 1:11:36. The winner is number 8, Crumlin Beast. Second is 7, Where is Essa? Third, 5, Pass the Puddin' Please. And fourth, 3, Dream On Baby. Numbers are 8, 7, 5, 3. Another win this campaign for Crumlin Beast, a second for the season and a third lifetime. Crumlin Beast is a 4-year-old bay filly, and she is trained by Mike Doyle, raced by Dura Racing and MJ Doyle Racing Stables Limited. Bred in Florida by Orlando Barrera, the Big Beast is the sire, the Dame La Parcella. Pietro Moran winning rider on Crumlin Beast.
I don't know. No pain? No, no. You're right.
You're okay, Mama.
Okay. Come on. Good girl. Good girl. Come on.
Heading into the winners list again, Crumlin Beast.
Come on around up a little bit more, okay? Up a little bit more if you can. No? Okay. Alrighty. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay.
Official, here are the prices. Crumlin Beast, $13.90 for the win. That exacta, $37.30. Trifecta, $98.20. And the Super 8753, $489.35. If you had the double, 6-8, $106.20. And the pick 3, $106.95 for the dollar. The first leg 3 or the 7. And the pick 4, 4 into 3 or 7 with 6 with 8, $855. And at 25 cents, the swinger, 5-8, $14.50, 5-7, 560, and 7-8, just $265. We're down to just $3 in the Jackpot Power Pick 6 for live money. They're all in. Locked. As they break at the tail end, past the put and please. Where is Essa? One of the best away. A swarm for the lead. Driving on the inside, Yorkville. He's fully loaded the centre. And Racing Handy is also Dream On Baby and nearer the inside. Trying to go through for the lead, JMR, Speedy Escape. A tussle up front, Yorkville, JMR, Speedy Escape, and he's fully loaded, setting a very fast pace by 4 lengths to Dream On Baby. 2 to Where is Essa? Past the put and please is trying to make ground now on the inside. Crumlin Beast second last, Serenading Haulers at the back. They're strung out, but there's been a tremendous tussle and no distinct leader. On the inside, Yorkville, the setter, JMR, Speedy Escape. 3 wide, he's fully loaded. Where is S's winding up, 3 behind with on the inside, Dream On Baby. Crumlin Beast is making some ground now. On the inside, past the put and please, and Daisuke Fukumoto and Serenading Hall trying to get involved from the back. Turning, and he's fully loaded, and JMR, Speedy Escape narrowly. Where is Essa? Past the put and please, trying to get a run, and Crumlin Beast flinging home down the extreme outside. It's David Moran and Pietro Moran, and son and father first and second, and it's out wide. Pietro Moran storming away. Crumlin Beast is out by about 3 or 4 lengths, and Crumlin Beast and Pietro Moran first. David Moran second. Where is Essa? Third, past the put and please, and fourth, Dream On Baby, 111.36. There is the finish order. And Where Is Essa has gone from the barn of Paul Buttigieg and a claim to Julie Mathis for Joseph Locano and Charles Locano. On to race 8 on the Bet365 in a turf. 8, Watiko Vet Scratch. Number 12 draws in, Derocher. 13 and 14 are out. The also eligible Highland Rocky and Chicago Typhoon. And do note this race with a carry over $12,370.37 in the jackpot high 5. 19 minutes to race 8.
Give me a hot pink Cosmopolitan and some drama.
Give me a Kettle One soda with a twist.
Give me a party, an espresso martini, and a room full of strangers.
Give me a cocktail with Kettle One vodka. We have a late scratch, a vet scratch. Number 12, Derocher is out. Please note, number 12, a late scratch by order of the stewards on vet advice. Number 12, Derocher is out.
Really cool thing in race number 7 that we'll talk about a little bit more in depth once we wrap up the program here today at Woodbine. But just a reminder that race number 8, which is coming up next, is the final portion of Jackpot Power Pick 6. It gives you a chance to play the Jackpot High 5, which has a carryover of $12,370.37. And just to reiterate the late scratching here of the number 12 in this spot, and that is DeRochers, who is now out. Vinny Vici right now at odds of 5-2. More on that one momentarily. I am so glad that this is a race in which, like, say I was like writing an exam or something like that. Because I would go into this exam feeling not very confident.
No, I know. I know. I mean, you can see what I wrote on top of my form for the 8th race.
Yeah,
anyone
and
with
that's
a question mark.
Way, but I would go and just say, please let this be multiple choice so I have a shot.
Aren't you glad this wasn't a part of the pick form?
Oh, yeah, exactly. So let's start off with the number 1. Professor rides again for trainer Scott Fairley. So really not much has gone well for this horse to this point.
No, I mean, there's really nothing to talk about at all. I mean, this is a horse who's had 3 starts. All 3 of them have been big defeats. Now we drop in for 10, and we'll switch things up. We'll put Deshaun Gaskin aboard. I think Deshaun's actually going to become quite popular here over the next little while, thanks to some of the good rides that he's had so far.
Vini Vici is the number 2. We told you a little bit about the amazing story that this horse was just able to make it to the races. And unfortunately, the first career start didn't go all that well, but now you get a drop in class.
Yeah, they're not really wasting any time, are they, Jeff? So kind of, to me, it lets me know that, and there's a few bad actors, I gotta say. One is bad. There's a few, when you look at these maidens for 10, sometimes, you know, they just don't show you much. And you've got to watch for these horses who are going to blow their race in the paddock. I mean, there are a few that came in really on their toes. That one horse just acting up there. But yeah, this one's nice and calm. But I mean, he's a favorite. I think it's because people are playing the barn. We know it's a jock-trainer combination that's starting to turn out to be good. But they're not wasting any time dropping this one all the way down to the bottom.
Ashoka's the number 3. This one is like that kid in high school, always finds trouble.
Exactly, the menace of race number 8 on the program. Every single time this horse raced, something's happening to him. Last start out, he looked like he was going to make a huge move, and then what happened just inside the final 16th pole? He got himself into some trouble. The rail got shut off on him. It wasn't his fault, and he had to steady and take a feel, and then he ends up still running on, I thought, fairly gamely to finish 4th, because he did beat another horse right at the wire. But every single start, this horse has a story to tell, and it's a story of woe. So I'll play him at 6-1 today.
Left in my dust is the number 4. That is exactly what he wants to do the rest of the competition. The one thing about this horse, I thought, really stepped up the game last time.
He did, and he raced in that Silver Pistol race, which was the Mike Doyle horse that put the blinkers on that we really liked. And, you know, I thought the Doyle horse kind of ran off the screen. So this horse, you know, finishing in 4th, goes back to Ternez.
I'm going to take a shot with Rocket Red. I like the signature reds on turf and the mare one on grass as well.
I noticed too that when this one was walking around in the saddling area that we needed 2 handlers. We needed the groom, and then we needed Pat to get on the other side, because he looks like a bull in a china shop at this stage in the game. You get Justin, who's going to do the riding. Justin's been aboard for the last couple of races. And you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, he just looks like, to me, like a firecracker that's ready to pop.
Yeah, boy, is he
Yeah,
ever.
he's a handful.
Yeah.
He is a handful. I'd be very careful putting him in this stall. In fact, if it's me, I'm doing exactly what Pat's doing.
Just get him on the walk.
Just keep him moving and get him going, because putting him in that stall could just not work out. He could climb the walls.
Hey, Luigi is the number 6. A lot of chances for this one, and the blinkers do go back on.
What do you do with this horse? Like, they had blinkers on all along, and then they took the blinkers off, and that didn't work out at all. So they go, well, that was an experiment that didn't work out. I guess we'll try the grass. Because he's tried the grass just 2 times in his life. He's never had an on-the-board effort, but when he was racing on the grass, he was in against maidens for 40. However, one time he was in against maidens for 15.
Here's a look at the number 6, Hey Luigi, to the 7, Quandale now. And Quandale is an old Forester, and you know, this one's had a variety of different trainers, and another chestnut that's feeling pretty frisky.
Yeah, a variety of different trainers and a variety of different riders too. This time it's going to be Jeffrey Alderson who will take the call.
Scratch the 8. The 9 is Indy Cowboy. Pietro Moran looks for back-to-back wins on
Wouldn't
the
that
card.
be cool? This kid's had a good couple of days. He won a few races on the program, 2 races on the program. Yesterday's come back and given us a nice winner on today's card as well. Indy Cowboy is a horse who needs to step it up. I mean, this is, you know, this is a Bernardini who just can't seem to figure it out. But who knows? Maybe today could be a better day.
Oh, Peanuts.
Oh, Peanuts
this
is right.
The number 10.
Oh, Peanuts. I don't have much to say. I mean, I just, we're going to try a different rider, I guess, and see if we can shake things up here today. But this one's a tough horse to use on the ticket.
King Vita reminds me a little bit of Vini Vici. They're wasting no time dropping in class.
That's right. So they're very, very similar in that way. So the post position's kind of crummy because, you know, he's on the outside. He's going to have to get himself into a good position early in order to be a player. But yeah, wasting no time dropping him in and putting the bug on.
We're going to welcome you back inside the studio. So, during the harness broadcast with the wintertime, we get to be part of those segments where the drivers have mics on them and they can talk.
Oh, the live wire
right,
segments.
And they talk after the race and stuff like that. The one thing that's very difficult to do in thoroughbred racing is to mic a jockey because they just go so fast, it's so windy and it's more weight and stuff like that, right? But imagine you're David Moran in that last race.
And your kid blows by you.
Like, do you think Petro said, "See you later, Dad"?
He might have said something. I'd be taking his allowance away if I was Dave.
That was cool, though. It was the
cool.
battle that we thought, but just the margin of victory was too much.
I thought it would be a little closer,
Me too.
to be honest. But yeah, when he went by his dad, I'm sure, "See you, Dad." I mean, that was pretty fun. You know what else was fun today, buddy? We got the pick for.
Which, paid okay, too.
Yeah, paid all right.
We spent $10 for a 20 center, and I got back 170, so we'll take that. That's paid well. Now, tomorrow we're going to give it another go. The sequence tomorrow is very challenging for the pick four.
It's always harder on the weekends.
Yeah, so the good news is we've got a little bit of money in the kitty, and hopefully you have some money in the kitty as well, and will join us tomorrow. We have a couple stake races. We've got the Colleen, and we've got the Seagram.
Yeah, looking forward to both of those.
So that should be fantastic. Some nice Tiro races. Always fun to keep an eye on those as well.
Weather should be perfect.
And then Sunday we get the return of Patches O'Houlihan as well. Any final thoughts?
I was just going to say, our buddy wrote a great article, Ron Gearkink, in the Daily Racing Forum with some really important quotes from Bob Tiller. Read it, because it might help you to make your wagers for that stakes event.
There you go. It's race number 8 coming up in about 9 minutes. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Pre-game show at 12:10.
It is the call to post for the final race today. Race 8 will be at 7 1/2 furlongs on the Bet365 in a turf. 8 Watiko Vet Scratch, a late Vet Scratch, 12 De Rocher, Stewart Scratch is 13 Highland Rocky, and 14 Chicago Typhoon. 7 1/2 furlongs, a maiden claimer. The 3-year-olds and up headed out to the post parade, 8 minutes. As far as the jackpot, high 5, the carry-over is $12,370.37. Post parade is led by number 1, Professor Rides Again, for Deshaun Gaskin, Scott Fairley, and Ace Racing Stable Incorporated, along with Inferno Racing Stables Incorporated. Vini Vidivici is the 2 in the barn of Marty Drexler for Cheryl Melly and Franco Melly. Leo Salas is the rider. 3 is Ashuka. For Radcliffe Racing Stable, Barrington Sidhu and Eswan Flores. 4 Left in My Dust, Bruno Chicadans and Devin Gittins, owner, trainer, rider Sky Chanetz. Number 5, Rocket Red, for Colebrook Farms, Patrick Dixon and Justin Stein. 6, Hey Luigi is in the barn of Santino De Paula, owned by York Tech Racing Stable, Riviera Racing Stable, Santino De Paula and Joey De Paula with Daisuke Fukumoto. Number 7, Quandale, is trained by Swaresh Raghunath for Shanti Raghunath with Jeffrey Alderson. 8 is out. 9, Indy Cowboy, owned by Mike Leisure, owner-trainer, rider Pietro Moran. Number 10, Oh Peanuts, Fraser Abley on board for Anthony Pottinger, who's part owner with Heron Lothian. And 11, King Vida for Denise McClackery and Ryan Kerbel with Sofia Vives. And 12, 13 and 14 are all out. 5 minutes, race 8. Two minutes. Heading across to the start on the inner turf. Behind the gate earlier, Professor rides again, joined by the rest of the field that comes forward, including Vini Vidi Vici. In the betting, we have the favourite drawn the outside gate, King Vida. This race will conclude our Thoroughbred program today. Don't forget the big races tomorrow, the Ontario Colleen and the Seagram Cup. Pink Lloyd on Sunday and Woodbine Mohawk Park tonight. They're going in. Vini Vidi Vici has come alongside. Professor rides again to gate number 3 is Ashoka. Left in My Dust. And Rocket Red to gate number 5. Rocket Red steps up 9-2 now for a number of horses, so a little reaction there for Left in My Dust rider. Sky Chanet's to get back. Hey Luigi, blinkers are on in this race. 9-2 now for Rocket Red. 9-2 Hey Luigi, 5-1 King Vida, 5-1 Vini Vidi Vici, and 6-1 Professor Rides Again. 7s for Ashoka. A very wide betting race. Hey Luigi taken forward. Hey Luigi steps up. Gate number 7 is Quandale, the ride here for Jeffrey Alderson. As they come to the line with Indy Cowboy. Deeper out is O-Peanuts, who's still waiting and circling, so they'll go ahead with King Vida. King Vida to the outside gate for Sofia Vives. O-Peanuts will be the last as the rider gets back. Left in My Dust, very restless here, is Ashoka. Peanuts still side on to the gate. They start coming up. Ashoka restless. They settle. They're off. And slow out the gate was O-Peanuts at the back, a little awkwardly out, Left in My Dust, and running clear on the inside. Professor Rides Again from Vini Vidi Vici and Rocket Red, moving up a Hey Luigi and Indy Cowboy the outside, and settling nicely as Ashoka off the track now. Towards the rail goes King Vida, and then Quandale, a long gap, Left in My Dust, and a distant last is O-Peanuts. Racing away in front, Professor Rides Again and leads by 2.5 lengths. Sharing second, Vini Vidi Vici and Rocket Red. Hey Luigi, 3 wide. A break of 3 to Indy Cowboy, dropping back. Quandale moving up with Ashoka. And back behind them is King Vida. A gap of 6 to Left in My Dust, and about 12 away last is O-Peanuts. They're well strung out. Professor Rides Again shows the way as they reach the half mile by 2 lengths. In second placing is still Vini Vidi Vici and a half to Rocket Red. 3 wide, Hey Luigi. Quandale is up in the center. Ashoka gliding up the inside of that pair, and behind them running on is King Vida around the outside. Indy Cowboy is next from Left in My Dust, and a long last O-Peanuts, and now coming is Vini Vidi Vici to test Professor Rides Again. Professor Rides Again a neck in front, Vini Vidi Vici second. Ashoka driving home on the inside, 3 behind, Rocket Red labouring, and then came Quandale turning, and Professor Rides Again cut loose again. Professor Rides Again by a length and a half to Vini Vidi Vici coming back on, and then Ashoka trying to make ground, and down on the inside, Professor Rides Again. Vini Vidi Vici wearing down a little bit of the margin. Is it going to be enough? Professor Rides Again from Vini Vidi Vici. Coming now, Vini Vidi Vici. Professor Rides Again, I think. Just a photo with Vini Vidi Vici and Quandale, and on the outside, Ashoka. And then Indy Cowboy, a photo for the win, 131.80. The start of this race will have an inquiry involving the 10, O-Peanuts. A photo for the win, but do note an inquiry into the start involving number 10, O-Peanuts. First quarter in 22 and 2, a half a mile 47, 3/4 1:11 and 4, 7/8 1:24 and 3, and the time 1:31.80. We have a claim of foul lodged by the rider of number 2, Vinny Vidivici, against number 1, Professor Rides Again, alleging interference through the stretch. As we await the actual photo result, do note this is a claim of foul by the rider of the 2 against the 1. And the winner is unofficially the 1, Professor Rides Again in the photo. Over to Vinny Vidivici. Now it is a second against first claim of foul by the rider. 7 Quandale is third. 3 Ashoka fourth, and 9 Indy Cowboy fifth. In addition to the inquiry to the start of the race involving the 10 Peanuts, a claim of foul through the stretch, second against the winner. In relation to the start, number 10, Peanuts, there'll be refunds on this runner. The stewards have ruled the horse was given an unfair start and all monies wagered on number 10, Peanuts, will be refunded. The claim of foul is still underway and ongoing, and that is second against the winner. And there on screen, the information regarding O Peanuts did not receive a fair start and will have pari-mutuel refund stand by on the claim of foul. And the claim of foul was not allowed, is disallowed. And Professor Rides Again does retain the win. Congratulations going out to the team with a gate-to-wire winner, Professor Rides Again, who is by Broken Vow from Aquinar. The bay gelding is 3 years of age, bred by Keith McClelland, Rachel McClelland in Ontario, Ace Racing Stable Incorporated and Inferno Racing Stables Incorporated are the winning owners, and Scott Fairley the winning trainer. Ridden to victory by Deshaun Gaskin, Professor Rides Again with a breakthrough win and just a 4th lifetime start. And now heading across into the actual winner's circle for the photo. Again at the team with Professor Rides Again, and Deshaun Gaskin having a really nice run of success here now at the meet as he takes honours on the Scott Fairley trained winner for Ace Racing Stable and Inferno Racing Stables Incorporated, Professor Rides Again.
Can you get the horse's head up?
It is official, and $16.10 for the winner, Professor Rides Again. $9.30 to place, $6 to show. To Vinny Vidi Vici, $7.30 and $5.10, and number 7 Quandale, $8.60. That exacta, $89.90. Trifecta, $539.55. The Super 6,000 and $57.90. The jackpot high 5, we know there's a carryover showing as $18,175.29. Consolation double 810, 1080, 812, 1080. The winner's 8-1, 113.10. The swinger 1-2, 1035, 1-7, $40.70. 2-7, 2020. Pick 3681, $611.70. And the jackpot power pick 6 consolation, $1,575.84. The carryover, $3,151.71. First leg winner in that jackpot power pick 6 was the 1. And there is a look at the win photo for the final race. And a close show photo as well. Restless. They settle. They're off. And slow out the gate was O'Peanuts at the back, a little awkwardly out, left in my dust, and running clear on the inside. Professor rides again from Vini Vidi Vici and Rocket Red, moving up a Hey Luigi and Indy Cowboy the outside, and settling nicely is Ashoka off the track now. Towards the rail goes King Vita, and then Quandale, a long gap left in my dust, and a distant last is O'Peanuts. Racing away in front, Professor rides again and leads by 2.5 lengths. Sharing second, Vini Vidi Vici and Rocket Red. Hey Luigi, 3 wide. A break of 3 to Indy Cowboy dropping back. Quandale moving up with Ashoka. And back behind them is King Vita. A gap of 6 to left in my dust, and about 12 away last is O'Peanuts. They're well strung out. Professor rides again, shows the way as they reach the half mile by 2 lengths. In second placing is still Vini Vidi Vici and a half to Rocket Red. 3 wide, Hey Luigi. Quandale is up in the center. Ashoka gliding up the inside of that pair, and behind them running on is King Vita around the outside. Indy Cowboy is next from left in my dust, and a long last O'Peanuts, and now coming is Vini Vidi Vici to test. Professor rides again. Professor rides again, a neck in front. Vini Vidi Vici second. Ashoka driving home on the inside, 3 behind. Rocket Red laboring, and then came Quandale turning, and Professor rides again, cut loose again. Professor rides again by a length and a half to Vini Vidi Vici coming back on, and then Ashoka trying to make ground, and down on the inside, Professor rides again. Vini Vidi Vici wearing down a little bit of the margin. Is it going to be enough? Professor rides again from Vini Vidi Vici. Coming now, Vini Vidi Vici. Professor rides again, I think. Just a photo with Vini Vidi Vici and Quandale, and on the outside, Ashoka. And then Indy Cowboy, a photo for the win, 131.80.
Finish order, final race of the day. Don't forget we have Woodbine Mohawk Park coming up tonight, and we're back with some stakes action tomorrow, the Ontario Colleen Stakes, along with the Seagram Cup. 10 races on Sunday as well as tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, those who made it out on track on a beautiful day, and those who have watched and wagered. On behalf of the Woodbine Entertainment Group, have a very good night.